Happy Wednesday. I don't think I updated the text there. Oh, I miss something every time. Happy Wednesday. I need to make a checklist of all the things I want to get done before the stream starts. I really should start making a checklist of that because I always miss something. But happy Wednesday. Good morning to you. Good morning from me to you. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Captain Coder here, coming at you. Coming at you with another beautiful day. Crypto Racer, good morning to you. So nice to see you this morning. Dramulks, MMO Pug, the whole crew, my friends. Happy to have you here today. Gee, I'm so glad you can make it here this morning with your busy morning. I hope your doctor appointment goes well, and I hope to hear that the recovery is coming along. Because I know you've been in recovery for a while, my friend, and I just appreciate you being here as often as you are, and I love having you here. You've been here since the before times, back before I had on-screen chat. Remember that, G? Do you remember before I had on-screen chat? When I would just, be like, well, I don't know how to do anything here. Now I'm learning. I still don't know how to do anything on Twitch, but I'm learning. I don't know how to stream, but I'm getting better. I'm getting better in the before times when I didn't know what OBS was, folks. When I didn't know what the OBS was. But happy Wednesday to all of you. I appreciate you being here. What are we working on? What are we doing? What's this? Why are we here? Jesus, it wasn't that long ago. My memory isn't that bad yet. Yeah, I know. I've only been streaming since November. Not even November, since December. So my Twitch account was made on November 15th or something along those lines. And I really only started streaming on December 1st. December 1st, my first real stream. I was like, you know what, I'm going to stream the Advent of Code. Before that, I had dropped a few little streams. But yeah, I call the Advent of Code, that was the beginning. That was before game dev. The before times. I don't know how long we're gonna keep doing game dev stuff, but I'm hooked on it right now. I'm hooked on it. This is the most game dev I've ever done in my entire life, and I have an absolute blast doing it with you guys. Not that I didn't have fun doing Advent of Code. I'm sure I'll do Advent of Code again next year. That was an incredibly fun experience as well. But happy Wednesday, everybody. What the heck are we working on? What are we doing today? What is it? What is we do? So if you've missed out, I'm trying to keep a blog of the things I'm doing. And so we are implementing, excuse me there, a grid-based inventory system. And we did day one yesterday. We've got 5 streaming days this week. So I didn't have a stream on Monday. Not gonna have a stream on Friday. I know, sad. I'm quite sad about that. I like to stream daily. I wake up and code, and I might as well code with you, my friends, my crew, the people who want to learn and grow and code with me. But we're making a grid-based RPG system similar to that of Diablo, the original Diablo. That's what we're going for here. So a grid. Let me zoom in a little bit. So that graphic's quite old. So it's a little small. Back when the resolution, I think 640 by 480, that's the resolution of the original Diablo game. But a grid-based system, folks, where you have items that take up more than one slot, potentially more than one slot, and so you got to have a little bit of inventory management going on in it. So yes, that's the goal. Implement that. Someone on the Discord said, hey, can we do this? Would you do this? And I was like, yeah, that seems great. Going along with my theme of implementing sort of tools I can use with this Dungeon Crawler Jam 2023 in 23 days, folks. 23 days away. 23 days, 21 hours, really 24 days. I probably won't. I'm not going to start on April 1st. I'll start on April 2nd. I'll be traveling on April 1st, but I'll be back April 2nd through probably, let's look at a calendar. Do we have a calendar here that I can look at? Google Calendar. Is this going to make me sign up for an account? Oh, I'm already logged into my Captain Coder account. Let's look at, come on. Let's go to month view. Month view here. All right, so April 1st, I'll actually be out of town the 24th through the 1st. So no stream that whole week. Maybe touch in with you guys a little bit, but I won't be at home, so I won't have all my streaming stuff. And then April 1st through 8th, that's the game jam there. I'm going to be doing it April 2nd through 7th. So this is going to be a stream-a-thon RPG, a dungeon crawler. Probably going to have, somewhere around 50 to 60 hours worth of streaming that week. Or that's what I'm going to try and do. We'll see if I can handle it. We'll see if I have what it takes. Am I a bad enough dude to stream, stream-a-thon? Am I a bad enough dude? We'll find out. So stay tuned. Mark your calendar. If you want to take off work with me, you can, but you don't have to. You don't have to. I have this week off. This is my spring break. So we're going to check it out. We're going to be doing lots and lots of coding that week. I'm super excited. But, that's right, Unity Coder, a stretch-a-thon. A stretch-a-thon. There's going to be, we got it. If I'm going to be streaming, 8 hours a day, we're going to be stretching a lot. We'll see if my voice can handle it too. We'll see if my voice can handle talking. I do tend to just talk all day anyway, but this is going to be our stream-a-thon, our stretch-along. That's exactly right, folks. So that's in 1, 2, 3.5 weeks. 3.5 weeks. So we're getting ready there, building an inventory system for that. So yesterday, we wanted to decide, what does our design look like? What are our goals? You know me, I always want to learn something. So what I want to learn, my learning goals are really, I want to practice and expand my knowledge of the UI toolkit. I did a little bit of reading about it. I didn't practice it anymore, but I learned you can make templates, which are like, you can have parameters. It looks like you can have parameters. So I want to see if we can make a template for our grid where you can give it like a row and column like that. And then the style sheets allow you to do variables. So I'm really, really curious if we can do variables to define something like our grid size. I think it's going to be hard to make our grid perfect squares without variables, but I think we could say like sizes, so like 16 by 16 squares, like what are the size of your squares? And then that will make our grid system much easier to use. You can override that variable. Okay, so that's our learning goals, is essentially learn more about the Unity UI toolkit, which I think I like. I think I like it. Then what's my scope? The 5 days, like I said, 5 days. We didn't stream on Monday. We're not streaming on Friday. And so we only have 5 days. I'm saying roughly 10 hours of actual coding, right? So even though we're going to be, I streamed about three. I've been streaming a lot more than 3 hours these last couple of weeks, but my original goal was to stream 3 hours a day. I was thinking, well, maybe half of that time is actual productive time. So we're going with 10 hours. To make it, so I've kept the scope as simple as I can make it for this project. You have items that need to know their width and height, so how many rows they take up, how many columns they take up. And then the actual inventory grid needs to know what space they're occupied, not occupied, and what's actually inside of that, so you can render that up. So super, super simple little API here for how to interact with it. And we have some bonus goals, some great, great bonus goals. I love Dramulk's Rex saying, well, what about rotating items? I kind of like that. I kind of like that. So the reason I like it is I've never seen other systems do it. I have not seen other systems do it. Someone mentioned, well, I have never seen anything do that. And it's like, yeah, I know. That seems like an interesting idea. This would be particularly interesting if you had items that were not rectangular in shape. So if you could have like T-shaped pieces or L-shaped pieces, it might be interesting to be able to change the orientation to get it to fit in your bag nicely. That said, that's a bonus here. And then Unity Coder suggested item weights and encumbrance. I like that a lot for the actual final version. I think I would really, really want to eventually implement that. And then the 2 bonus goals I had for myself were adding equipment slots. So if we go back to the original picture, have equipment slots that only certain items can go in. So using a tagging system, say, oh, this is tagged with chest. This is tagged with neck, tagged with head. So you have a tagging system you can use to specify which slots they can go into. And then bags, like containers. So also inside, dynamically, if you right click on a bag, opens up an additional grid you can put stuff in. So like dynamically opening up different grid windows. So that's the project, that's the goals, that's the scope of things. And then we set our project up. We did a bunch of stuff with project setup, getting our paths set up properly. We're using a separate DLL, which is something that I'm absolutely loving. This. Other people might find this overly complicating something, but I actually think it, in my mind, it like manages the complexity. It simplifies it for me. And then we defined our interfaces, how we're going to do it. So we came up with a struct to sort of be our width and height. We called it size yesterday, but I decided dimensions might be a better name. If anyone has a better name, we went with shape, we went with size. Now I'm on dimensions. I think dimensions sort of signifies a little bit better for like discrete rows and columns. So as the number of rows, as the number of columns, and it's a discrete amount. And so I did a little bit of refactoring on this thing to my liking. So I enforced that the rows and columns must be a positive number. So you can't have 0 rows, 0 columns. It has to have at least 1. So we enforced that here. And then I also made it so that you can do a for each position in dimensions and get back the row column iteration order within. So I did set that up, which I thought was pretty cool. And then we defined our interfaces. So we have the item. This is this really simple. Just says, oh, an item has a dimension. Dimensions. You have to give it a row, number of rows, number of columns. If you don't, it's a 1. It just has 1. So super easy default implementation there. And then our inventory grid, we defined a handful of methods and properties. We have the size, right? You have a grid slot, so you can iterate through all of the items in the bag or inventory. You can try and get something out of position. You can check if a slot is occupied. And then we have 2 sets. One just forces an item into it, and then the other one can swap with a single item. So we wrote documentation for that. And then we have a remove. So if you were to click on a single position, it actually removed the thing at that spot, or we could set it up that way. And then this is just a little helper. So super straightforward. Like I said, only 5 days here. So we're trying to keep it simple. What do we want to get done today? All right. So that's our recap. What are we getting done today? We're going to start by writing a very, sorry, Dramulx, I'm so sorry, my friend. We're going to write a test. Write a test for our inventory grid. Going to keep it nice and short, keep it straightforward, keep it simple. And we're going to implement that inventory grid. So we only have to write one test here, and hopefully that test is relatively straightforward and simple. Then we're going to implement our inventory grid, pass that test, and then I'm hoping at that point we can go into Unity land and start working on the adapter for our inventory grid. So how do we implement move our inventory grid into Unity as a scriptable object, create items that are scriptable objects there. So I want to set up all my scriptable objects today. And then I'm hoping if we have time, we might be able to start on the actual UI toolkit template today. We'll see. We'll see what we have time for. All right, folks, so let's dive on in. Let's do it. So in our inventory here, this is our project. Yeah, I want to create a new class. All right, this is going to be our new file. It's going to be our inventory grid. I'm going to call it simple. Maybe I call it simple inventory grid or default. But this is the idea. This is the one that you can use that implements it, that comes with it. And maybe we'll take a look. We'll see what we do with it on the internal side here. All right, so let's maximize this so we can get that out. We got our captain coder inventory. This is going to be a public class simple inventory grid. It's going to implement inventory grid. Okay, and that's going to force us to generate overrides. There we go. That's not what I want. I need to click over here to get this. Implement interface. What is this saying? Missing. Oh, it just wants me to put a documentation on it. We'll just put in some. I found out that if you don't want to write documentation, you can just put a default stub above it, and those warnings go away. Just saying, by the way, By the way, you should. So this enables me to have some bad practice. Actually, I think we can do inherit doc here. Inherit doc. Yeah. So that's one of the nice things about that interface is we can just say inherit the documentation from the previous one. Since we're not doing anything special, it should just inherit that. All right, so we'll inherit the doc. Simple, and then you just write an actual documentation for the simple inventory grid itself, saying, hey, this is an implementation that uses a hash set under the hood or a 2D array, whatever it's going to be. I'm pretty sure I'm going to use a 2D array under the hood for this. Okay. These are not implemented. Mugatu. Oh, it's Mugatu. Mugatu. Welcome to the crew, Mugatu. I'd like to welcome you. I said Mugatu. Thank you for following. I said Mugatu. I gotta welcome you to the crew. Welcome, Mugatu. Mugatu, my friend. Mugatu, welcome. Welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy Wednesday. Happy, beautiful Wednesday. I hope it's a beautiful day wherever you are in the world. It's a beautiful day here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Just so you know, I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator, computer science teacher. I teach at a school for ages 10 to 14. I do computer programming at that school, all sorts of fun topics. But we are here to learn and code and grow together as a crew. And if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. And on this stream, backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. If you want to participate, please do. I want you to be here to learn and grow with me. But happy Wednesday. How the heck are you, Mugatu? So nice to see you. Oh, and thank you for saying nice voice. I appreciate that. I know it's such a nice compliment. It's such a nice thing for you to say, but I don't know that it's all that nice. I know it's not terrible most of the time. I'm so happy to have you here. Okay. So we are implementing a simple inventory grid here. We're going to make a constructor for it. So we're going to start out public simple inventory grid. I think all we really need is to have a dimensions, dimensions as the initial thing. Say, how big do you want this thing to be? And that is going to set public. We want to explicitly override the grid size. It's what's called grid size. And then we're going to explicitly open it. No, Mugatu, thank you for being here. Thank you. And we're going to make this be a get and an init, so you can initialize this in the constructor there like that. And this will be a grid size. And we say grid size equals, grid size equals grid size like that. Moon says Jiminy Gillikers. There's a lot of snow here. Jiminy Gillikers, there's a lot of snow here. In Sweden? You're in Sweden, right, Moon is that correct? And it wants me to add a documentation here. And we're gonna do the inherit doc as well. Inherit doc. Is that right? If I do inherit doc, I get... Yeah, it just steals the documentation from the super class. I love that. We're also going to make this a sealed class. Maybe we don't make it sealed. None of these are virtual. So I found out if you make things sealed, you get a lot more performance out of it. Moon says, yes, in Sweden. Well, near Stockholm, I'm super happy we bought a snow blower. Got a lot of snow. See, I live in the desert, my friend. It was so funny. We had, there are parts of this area where there are a lot of snow, but it's pretty far away. But on the news, they're saying it was a snowpocalypse. I've lived in New England where there's lots of snow. We had a desert snow. It's called a snowpocalypse. The snow was melted by 11 o'clock. There was no snow by 11 o'clock. But people were calling it a snowpocalypse, blowing it out of proportion. It killed. I thought that was so funny. We're gonna go say this is a simple inventory grid. If you make it sealed, the compiler can do some really interesting. We won't seal it. If someone wants to extend this, they can. Mugatu says Argentina in the mountains here. Snow. Yes. Lots of snow. I love the snow as long as we don't have it too long. So when I went to New England the first time it snowed 8 inches. And I was super happy. 8 inches, I don't know how many centimeters it is. Sorry, folks, I'm an American. We don't have real units here. We have freedom units. We got 8 inches. I know. I should know what the conversion from inches to centimeters. I think it's like 2.5 centimeters. So that would be what? 2.5 times 8? Something like that. Anyway, we got the first time there. That 50 centimeters is 19,000 inches. 19.5 inches. Yeah, that's right. In America, we use dots for our decimals. 19 inches. That's a lot of snow. But yeah, we had snow, and I thought it was beautiful, and then it just never melted. It was there from like October until April, and it just became what I like to call snert, which is essentially snow dirt. Mooney said that was Google conversion, so blame Google for not using dots. No worries. I just was very confused for about maybe a second or two. She says, remember in most countries they use dot instead of comma. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I know that in America we use dot. I wasn't sure how it was. Look, I'm a simpleton. I understand code pretty well. I'm pretty good at the code, but not so much at the other things in the world. Simpleton, you guys know that. I have a ton of simple. I just happen to have hundreds and thousands of hours of programming, and so I tend to be pretty good at the programming. All right. So you have to give it a grid size to initialize this. Maybe I don't do the init here. We'll see. I'm gonna leave this alone for now. This is our grid size. Let me write a test. All right. So Dramox, I'm so sorry. We're gonna write a test real quick. I know how sad it's gonna make you, but I promise it's gonna be worth it. G says, I still need to wear extra stuff to go outside because of the snow. I'm walking to my doctor day instead of driving. Ooh. Well, good luck, G. Good luck with that. I hope it all goes well. I really, I want you to go have an awesome recovery. A quick recovery. Mugatu says, Amigo, why do you start in VS Code? Sorry, I'm a beginner. That's a gret question. I get a lot. I need to add a VS Code command so people can know, because I get asked that question all the time. and it's a very, very fair question. So I am using VS Code. So as I mentioned, I'm a computer science teacher. I work at a school. And at that school, we have lots of programming courses. And so we've decided sort of that VS Code is going to be the tool we use to teach, because we teach web development, we teach Python, we teach, Node.js, C#, we teach all sorts of stuff. So VS Code is a program that sort of does everything. It's one program. That said, Visual Studio, I do think Visual Studio provides a lot more, it's very feature rich when doing C# and .NET development. But for my school, I want to make sure I understand how all this is going to work in VS Code. Did that answer your question? It's not that, and also, another little thing is VS Code tends to be pretty lightweight. That said, when you're doing C# .NET and Unity stuff, I would recommend, if you're working by yourself, maybe going with Visual Studio or Rider. I've seen Rider looks awesome for what it's worth. Mugatu, I hope that answered your question. Moon says VS Code command, teacher command, remarkable command. Exactly. Dremel, send your students some remarkables, Captain. Oh, I don't know if we could do that. Mugatu says, thank you. I'll try to watch more hour of your streams and then ask. No, ask away. Nothing. No reason not to ask. If you have a question, do it. Do it. I like to hear. All right, so we're gonna test inventory test. It's gonna be our simple inventory grid test. So let me rename this. Simple inventory grid test. Now, I haven't been using XUnit for a while now, so I got to remember how to write the XUnit asserts. So they're a little different, and I like the way. I think I remember liking the way they read better. But we got to remember, we got to go through this process now. So we're gonna do. What do we have to test? We're testing our simple set item. Yeah. So we're gonna write a simple test, constructor test. Test constructor. Okay. G says basically VS Code is a very good lowest common denominator for C# editing. Yes, it's a lowest common denominator for like general code editing. It is more along the lines. It works great for C#. It doesn't have like a built-in profile or all those things. It gets the job done. Let me say it gets the job done, and it does it pretty well. Could be better. Dremel says, think of VS Code as a fancier Notepad++. Maybe. The other thing I like about VS Code is the school it's very lightweight, yes. The school is a bring your own device school. It's a bring your own device school. So I need to have a program that works on all of them as well. So Visual Studio is Windows only. Writer, I think, runs on all of them, but isn't free. And Mac, there's like a Visual Studio for Mac version that's a little bit different. So there's lots of, there's a variety of reasons. Grid Paper Games, welcome back, my friend. It's nice to have you here again this morning, afternoon, or evening. She says, I use Notepad++. There's nothing wrong with Notepad++. I've used it in the past. I think it's a pretty decent option. Summoning Corfless. Corfless has been summoned. I need to get Corfless. I need to get a Corfless command here. I need an animation for you, cause like your face burning into the screen. Oh, I have plans for you, my friend. I have plans for you, Corfless. We're gonna get a command for you. I'm gonna see if we can get a burning logo for you, cause I like your epic logo that you have, or like your icon with the blue of you standing like a superhero. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it, Corfless. We're gonna do it. All right. So we're in the process of writing a constructor test. So we're gonna say simple inventory. No. We gotta import this using captaincoder.inventory. Okay. Simple inventory grid. Inventory equals new simple grid test. Let's give it a new dimension. New dimensions. 4x4. Revere says, good morning, Revere. Did you guys know that Revere is currently making a space trucking game, Unforgiven Space? His goal is to beat Star Citizen to release. You gotta check it out, folks. You gotta check it out. Shout out real quick. Let's get a shout out here for Revere. You're not following Revere. You gotta follow him. Revere, amazing 3D work, folks. Amazing 3D work. He's a real game developer. I'm a sham. I do a new project every week, every 2 weeks. I can't stick with one thing that long. To watch you guys work on projects week after week, just building these epic games is amazing to me. Real game developer. Click that heart, give him some love, make sure you're following him. Check out all original 3D art, doing stuff in Unity. It's amazing. Gotta check him out. Excellent stuff. Revere, how the heck are you? How is it up there in Snowlandia, my friend? How's Snowlandia? All right, so after we construct this, we want to check and make sure, we want to be able to do the following. We want to say, okay, is the grid, do the dimensions make sense? And so this should be relatively easy. This is maybe even a dumb assert, that assert equals all right, now is this Sorry, yeah. Okay, so I'm using XUnit now, so the testing is a slightly different than before. So we test equal. So I had to get some of that bean water into my body, folks. My body was rejecting existence. Just had to get it. Dramel says, "Wake me up when you get some GUI on your." I will, Dramel. I will. I promise. I promise. I will. All right, everybody. Shh. When we get to the GUI stuff, no one wake Dramel up. Shh. All right. So we want to assert that we got a new dimension. Dimensions. 4x4 inventory dot grid size. So we just want to make sure that that assertion's true and that there's nothing when you first construct this thing. The inventory dot positions. Is that not a? It's not nothing. Inventory dot items. So I found out you can do this thing now in C#11. Assert true. You can do sequences. Oh, is that not the case? List header may not be used for value of type IEnumerable. No. Oh, bummer. All right, so we can do this .to lists. In C#11, you can do pattern matching on lists like this. We can say, make sure that this list is empty. Make sure that this list is empty. And if you have multiple things, you say, like, make sure it contains these things. CryptoRed says you can leave off the constructor name in C#. Yes, you can. And in fact, it actually gives you a little warning saying, hey, you should be using the new expression. You should be using the simplified version. So the default style cop guide says, oh, you should do that. So there's you shouldn't do it anywhere, but on a line in which you can see the type already, the preferred style is to have it only on one side. So it's either to do this where you put var on the left side or have no name on the right side. So that's sort of the preferred C# way to do it. If I was using inventory grid on this side, I would need to specify it on the right side, or if I wanted to use a subclass. But if they are identical on both sides, you can omit one, and that's the preferred way to do it, is to omit one. I personally prefer to have the type on the left side, but some people prefer to have the type on the right side. The main reason I do this is because for member variables, so for fields, you cannot do var here. And so I couldn't do public var inventory equals new simple grid like this. You're required to do it. G says that looks confusing to you. Gotcha. New and the new. This is just the constructor. Let me see. Can I do this instead? Can I do grid size equals that? Let me see. I kind of wanted to do this like here. Hang on. If I have a default, they'll do this. Let me do a default constructor. Public simple grid like that. Add in, and I'll just say that this is gonna be our grid size. By default, it's gonna be a new dimensions 4x10. Can I do this now? Yeah, check that. How do you feel about that, G? Does that look better? What do we think about that using the initializer? I really like that. I think I really like that because then the order of arguments don't matter. This is not something you can actually do. Oh, maybe in C#9 you can actually do this, I think. I think it'll be easier for me later if I add more things. Yeah. So the one downside to this is that there's a default size. So if you don't specify one, and so we just have to say in here, if defaults to 4 rows and 10 columns. So an inventory of size 40 would be something we do. Initializes an instance of simple inventory grid with a with a grid size of 4, 10 4 rows and 10 columns, like that. And then this one just initializes an instance of with the specified C param ref, not C, to be param ref name grid size, like that. All right. Mooney says most .NET says use var mainly because if you change the response coming from a method, you wouldn't have to change literally everything. Yeah, I get that. That's completely fair. But one of the things I like about that is you should only have to change it in one place anyway. If you're updating this line, you should know what the type is here. I think that's the biggest reason to use it. I often use it when I'm doing link stuff. Absolutely, Moonus. So if you have some crazy type like a list of dictionary of you know, strings to int to hash sets of dogs like this, absolutely. Absolutely there. I totally agree. This is the perfect time to use it. I use it all the time with IEnumerators. That to me, there's a time for it. I don't think it should be used during like if you have a simple constructor. I don't think that's the place for it. Tulu, I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Toodaloo. I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. I welcome thee today. Toodaloo. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. Happy Wednesday. No. Happy Wednesday to you, my friend. How the heck are you? Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If you didn't know it, I am a computer science educator, a computer science teacher, and if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. We're here to learn and code and grow together as a crew, and I love answering those questions. Just keep them family friendly. I want a family friendly stream here. Fun for the whole family. Bring Timmy, bring Bobby, bring little Susie, bring them all in. Let's learn to code and have a good old time. Tulu says, oh, well, yes, if you don't mind, I do actually. Yes, please ask a question. I'd love to hear it. And welcome aboard, my friend. All right, so we're checking if the inventory has nothing in it. Crypto says, don't forget the IEnumerator. I'm not sure what you mean by IEnumerator. I think I've missed something here. Okay, so those are the two things that are initialized. Okay, so this should test our constructor. So let's run this test. Mooney says, by the way, I came up with a great thing we could do as a co-op stream and invite a few more people. Ooh, I like this. I like this idea. I kind of want to, Mooniz, this would be too much, I think. I kind of want to do code in game Clash of Codes. Let's see if this will load without me having to log in. Clash of Code, like these 15-minute coding, there's usually little coding puzzles. I think this would be fun. You can start your own little, I do these a lot. So in my competitive programming class, we've done these. Some of them can be a little bit hard, but you can use any program, like pretty much any programming. That's the point though, is to be terrible. That's the point. You have 15 minutes. They tend to be pretty easy puzzles though. But I think this would be a really fun thing to do with a handful of people. They also have coding escape rooms. They have a couple coding escape rooms where you're like, it's like an escape room, but to solve the puzzles, you have to write little programs. They don't have a lot of them. I think there's two. And I think there's two. I'm not logged in. So yeah, so they have two. A rescue mission and back in the 80s, and you actually have to write, there'll be like little thing, there'll be like you have a bunch of byte codes and you have to convert them into ASCII characters or something. Really, really interesting. This I think could be really, really fun to do. Toulouse says, I'm building a multiplayer game and implementing the health system using network variables. Uh-oh. I don't know. All right. So I guess I should have prefaced with, I am not a game developer. Let's keep reading. I'm just trying to figure out how to change Said health network variable on a client. What I'm trying to figure out is how do you reference the player that you want to change the value of the variable on? Mooniz seems to have a good response. Tulu, generally you would have entity X hitting player Y and you would know the player Y from that. Let me ask Tulu, are you doing it in Unity? That said, I haven't made a multiplayer game in Unity specifically. So I apologize that I may not be able to actually answer that. So yes, looks like Tulu's doing it in Unity. Mooniz is our resident Unity expert here. I know Revere is also doing it. So I'm going to leave this to you guys a little bit, and I'll see if I can step in here. But from what I understand, I haven't done any multiplayer stuff in Unity. I've only been using Unity for about, like, seriously for the last 3 months. Or this is like month 3 since January. All right, simple test here. We'll run this test. It's going to fail on us. And then we're going to go see if we can go implement. So we'll have one here. Let's do a second little test here. Ooh, we can parameterize the dimension. Let's look that up. X unit, parameterized tests. Tulu says, sorry for the noob question, but what would the code look like exactly? It's a good question. Tulu, here's what I'm going to suggest. You can keep posting here, but you might have a little bit more success. And you don't have to join the Discord if you don't want to. But if you're able to, it might be a little bit easier because you can't do formatting on text on Twitch. We do have a Discord channel with an Ask for Help forum. This might be a really good spot to post your question initially, and then we can like check in here for code formatting. Muna says you can look into the Unity's network sampling the 4-player dungeon if you're using Unity's new networking solution. Muniz, thank you so much for posting that, and for such a good question, Tulu, for asking a question like this. 50 points to you, my friend. 50 points to you for asking a question, spurring this conversation. And Muniz, Revere, thank you for your guys' assistance. 50 points to both of you as well. Revere. Thank you guys for your assistance. Much appreciated. I hope we're able to find what we're looking for. Parameterized tests. Where's the X units? Let's see. Test parameterized X unit, similar to N units. Inline data. Interesting. It offers a way to run parameters through something called data theories. The concept is equivalent. It'd be theory. Okay. Theory. Okay, so this is going to be a theory, inline data, and we're going to go new dimensions 4x4. We're going to call this dimensions D size. Does it say this has to be a constant? No, it must be a constant expression. Okay, so private. Can I do a const dimensions 4x4 equals new dimensions 4x4? How do I make the expression being assigned must be constant? Thought that this would be constantable because it's a read-only thing. Maybe not. Private static dimension. So instead we got to do, let's do 4, 4. And we'll say int rows, int calls. And then down here we'll do rows, calls, and then we can, rows with an S. And then down here, we also going to do rows and calls. But this allows me, I want to be able to test, multiple inputs to this. Tulu says, thanks for this. I'll give it a look. And Tulu, I'm so sorry I wasn't able to answer your question better, but I do think these are good questions to ask. Revere says, yeah, I'll try to help more on the Discord. I'm familiar more so with Mirror/Fishnet, so it's really going to depend on the network library of choice. That makes sense. Muniz, I have a bit of knowledge with Fishnet, but that's about it. I'm thinking about looking into Unity's networking soon. Me too. Revere also sent out a YouTube link. Thank you for that, Revere, specifically for the health example. Thank you so much, Revere, for that. Revere says, I'm going to agree with Moon is about trying their new network stack if they're planning to keep supporting it. And Dramilk says, when I looked into multiplayer, I'll probably go with Unity's netcode for Geo. I'm not sure what that is. I don't plan to make an MMO, but more like a nice co-op system. Netcode appears to be a lot like Mirror to me. Game objects, that makes sense. The little G confused me. Because if you had a capital Geo, I think I would have known game object. The little G confused me. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for that. I appreciate you very much. All of you, thank you so much for your input there. Talu, I hope that's helpful. Keep us informed on your progress, my friend. We want to know. We want to know that things are going well for you. All right, so we're gonna add in a couple here. Couple different sizes. Just to make sure that it works. And it shouldn't work for negative values, but let's try some massive values, and this is dumb because I know the implementation is gonna be very, very simple here. But let's go ahead and run this test. The other thing I really like about writing the test here is I can click run. Right here, just run that individual test very, very easily. Awesome. Okay, so now let me get my implementation working. And the idea here with our iterator should be that we just this isn't quite. So what's my underlying implementation gonna look like? Yeah, my underlying implementation. I do think I'm just gonna use a 2D array under the hood. Yeah. So I think under the hood, it's going to be a private array inventory item. All right. So I think we're going to have a 2-dimensional array of inventory items. It's going to be called our grid. And the inventory item, can I do question mark here? Yeah, so we can use nullables here. Internally, we'll use null, but we don't return nulls. All right, so this is going to be a read only. And the grid's going to initialize and have null values in it. And the nice thing I think about this is going to be that we can loop through. Is that right? Let me think about this. The implementation might be a little bit more difficult than I was initially thinking, because the items occupy multiple spaces. The guy's just going to put them in multiple spots, but when you go to remove it, it actually is almost that it needs to know its top left corner. Okay, in this, I've changed my mind. I'm going to actually have a dictionary again. All right, so we're going to have a dictionary. And this dictionary is going to be from position to inventory items. This is going to be our item lookup. Okay. And then we're actually going to have a private bool. Do we maintain both? I think we can maintain both of these things. So it's sort of like this hybrid of. Is this right? Because this would be like the top left corner of this item. Yeah, we need to know where the top left corner of the item is, as well as no. Here's what it is. Inventory item to position. We kind of need a two-way dictionary. We need a two-way dictionary to do this efficiently. So we need to have something when we get an item, we know what its top left position is. And then we also need to know what the occupied slots are. So in addition to this, we actually do want a grid of inventory items like this. And this would be our actual grid. Okay. And so given an inventory item, you can find the top left position. But if you have a position, you can actually look it up in here as well. Let's see. So I missed some chat here. Moona says, also good morning, Revere. But previously was talking about Mooniz had said, but it's also very big if you haven't made games before. So not knowing your experience, Tulu, it'll be hard to help. Yeah. So Tulu, if you're going multiplayer right off the bat, you might struggle with it. I hope it might. We'll see. We'll see where you're at. Revere says, yeah, it was perfect. Accomplished everything I wanted within 3 hours. Nice on your stream, I'm assuming. Mooniz says, very nice. I didn't do that in my stream. Revere says, it's when I decided to do something simple that it suddenly takes 4 days. That's how I feel. Anytime I try and do something simple, it takes forever. Mooniz says, like yesterday for me, I was just going to fix the movable platforms, and I couldn't for the life of me understand why I got weird speed boosts sometimes. Took like 2 hours to figure out I was being a dummy. Yeah, usually it's a pepcac issue, folks. MMO Pug says, I came over to Revere stream from an ITC studio raid yesterday. Love the hacking system with a tether and all. Yeah, Revere has such a cool looking game. I'm really, really excited about it. Okay, so in this case here, this is gonna call the other constructor first, and then this is going to initialize. This is interesting. Does anyone know? If we use the initializer, this is a good thing to check. If we use this initializer, does it happen before or after the constructor executes? So if I do this item lookup, this is an excellent question. I'm not sure. Item lookup equals new dictionary. This one doesn't need to be anything special. New like that. Muna says before. Good. I was hoping before. It makes sense that it would be before, because otherwise you couldn't use it in the constructor. All right. Tuli says, it's a headbender for sure, and I'm not familiar with a lot of the things you're currently working on, but it's sort of a passion project versus a reason battle. Absolutely. Programming is all about growing and learning and struggling to get stuff done. Cooper says, I was under the impression before. Yes, thank you. I'm going to go with before, and our tests will tell us. Lance over on YouTube, hey, yo, at work for another 2 hours. How goes it? Lance, I'm having a beautiful day, my friend. Thank you for being here over there on YouTube. How the heck are you, Lance? Happy Wednesday, my friend. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. We're doing our first implementation here. But the reason I need to know is this grid. We need to have our size. So this will be our grid size.rows, grid size.columns, like this. How do we? Is that not how we do it? New grid inventory item question marks. Okay. Like that. Okay, perfect. And if I do it, hang on, if I do it like this, is it still nulled? I think so. I'm not sure if I need the question mark there or not. Moon, says, and it just means that you can only set it in the constructor during initialization. So new 410 is set immediately, then the constructor runs. So init actually is a little bit more than that, Moon, is it lets us have this syntax during construction as well. It lets us explicitly set it during the constructor. So my question was just, does this code execute before or after? So I think it's before the body of the constructor. And so the whole reason I did it was so that way I could have this type of setting like that. And then the other one's just a convenience. Revere, that's one of the things that I'm always going like, all right, let's push my knowledge. Let's do something new. If that's one of the things I love about streaming is I don't always do that if I'm just coding myself. But this stream is like, all right, what's the new thing I'm learning this time? Let's push ourselves to learn and do some new things. And we're using C#11, so we're going to try and use as many new features as we can. Okay, so we'll see whether or not this initializes to that size. When we get down to our implementations here. All right, so now our iterator should actually do something along these time. Revere says, how does C#11 work in Unity? As a DLL, that's right. So my project is actually separate. I've defined this as a DLL. We compile to .NET Standard 2.1, which is Unity. So Unity, you just have to target this. This is actually, if you go on to .NET's like website, they say this is probably what you should target for pretty much all of your, anything you want anyone else to be able to use. This is what you want to target. Net Standard 2.1. Okay, and then you just say use language C# 11, and the compiler compiles it down to not net standard to byte codes that can be used elsewhere. Essentially, all this is in reality, net standard is just saying what libraries are available. C# language is just library features on top, and it compiles it down to byte codes that can be executed essentially anywhere, but it ensures that it can execute specifically on these, so it won't do byte codes. So if there's optimizations that would be possible in later versions, it won't do them. I hope that makes sense, but I'm loving doing it this way for a number of reasons. I know it's an atypical way. Yes, it does. So let me show you real quick. Let's do a build. Let's do a build so you can see bash build, and we'll go over to Unity real quick so you can see it. It's gonna put a new file in here. It's gonna reload it, I think, because I've probably changed it a little bit. Let's see. Unity, does Unity need to reload? Yeah. So it's gonna reload this in here. I have no source code in here, but watch, check it out. I'll create a new file so you can see that the IntelliSense is there, and we've added doc comments so you get the doc comments as well. But I'll show you in a second. So the first time you add the DLL, I'm always kind of surprised at how long it takes to do this, because the DLL should just, anyway, when you drop the DLL in the first time, it takes a little bit of time to get it synced up with everything. It surprises me how long it takes. That said, it's not actually that long. If you know Unity compile times, you've seen like crazy compile times in the past, I'm sure. So 40 seconds, that wasn't that bad. Let's create a new mono behavior. Or eventually I'm gonna do it actually with a scriptable object. So we'll call this like, game inventory grid data. So this is gonna eventually be my scriptable object. Here. 40 seconds is a lot for the little amount of code in your DLLs. Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure why that's so. But here's the thing: they only have to do it once. If you're doing assemblies and stuff, it's everything else seems to be really fast. 40 seconds is about how long it used to take to compile anyway. When I'd make a change and have to do. That said, ideally these libraries you don't have to touch them again, right? So it's like you get it all working external outside of Unity. You have your test. It's all the non-Unity stuff. And then you put in Unity, you never have to worry about it again. And then you can drop it into any project. So that's the idea. I don't know if that's, let's make this a scriptable object. We're in the Captain Coder inventory thing. So then I could do, what is it? Inventory grid, and then I get the IntelliSense. However, I get my documentation in here, equals new simple inventory grid. I get my different constructors. Yeah, so it works beautifully. It works beautifully well. I love it. Yeah. And then this thing is sort of separate from those. So now when I recompile that script, seconds. Muniz, that's right. You won't have to touch it again as long as the DLLs work as intended. Exactly. As long as you write the code perfect the first time. But now I don't have to deal with like importing an asset and then that asset gets compiled and then all of the, that assembly and, I don't have to deal with all of that later, which I think I like. It. We'll see how painful it ends up being in the long run. Right now, I think I like it. Revere, I hope that's helpful. I want to, this is one of those things that it's like, I think I want to, I absolutely need to make a video on this specifically, because it's so cool. That said, if you missed out on the crafting system where we talked about it, there is a little blog that I kind of touch on it a little bit. In day 2, where I talk through the whole process of doing it in day 2. So day 2 is when we did it. You might be interested in reading through this and then ask me questions about it. You feel free to post in the discussion down on the bottom. if there are questions on how to get this working in there. But this is the day where we sort of learned how to do it, and I was really, really excited. I talk about how to set up the CS project, how to just test it out, how to connect the DLL to your assemblies this way. So yeah, Revere, look at all that documentation. Yeah, we're doing a little blog. I'm trying to keep up with it. I'm having fun. It's not overwhelming yet. We'll see. Okay, so this IEnumerable now should go through. So we're going to do the following. It's going to loop through, and we're going to say for each, what is that? For each iNventory item, I guess we could do iNventory item, and position top left in item lookup like this. Ryazy, good morning to you. Ryazy, I'd like to welcome you to the crew. Ryazy, I welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. How are you today, Ryazy? How are you today? It's so nice to see you in chat today. Ryazy, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday to you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you happen to be in the world. I'm so happy you're here. Nice to see you. How the heck are you? Lance says, I'm also taking baby steps and learning about editor scripts, figuring out how to make tools and such in scene use. Yeah, the editor scripts are super cool and easy to get wrong. We've built a few of them ourselves, but we're just inching our way along in it. Item lookup doesn't exist in the current context. What are you talking about? It's right there. For each iNventory item in item lookup. What am I doing wrong? Ryazy laughing at me says, I'm tired. I just woke up and it's cold. Revere says, I recognize you from Evan's stream. Yeah, Evan MMO, folks. Oh, I need to get a shout out command for you, Ryazy. But everyone, Ryazy, attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. This is your captain speaking. Ryazy, folks, is an incredible pixel artist. Are you mostly a pixel artist, Ryazy? Every time I've been on your stream, it's been some beautiful, not necessarily just pixel art, but I've seen you doing art stuff. Awesome stuff. Give her some love, folks. Give her some love. Hit that little heart. Give her some love. Game Dev and Pixels. Beautiful stuff going on over there. Absolutely love it. Yeah, folks. Good old fashioned, great stream. Real game developer, not like me, just doing, yield return null. What have I done wrong, folks? Something terrible has occurred here. Back it up. Back it up. Why is the compiler so upset with me? All right. Yield return. Oh, I got to do a get. That's what's going on. I got to do a get. Okay. Now I should be able to yield return null. All right. Lance says, I hear that. There's a bunch of scripts where I'm not sure how they will work yet, but they look cool. Yeah. So much stuff just looks so cool. Looks so cool. Ryazy says, do game dev and pixels. We do the pixels, folks. Ryazy, I love me some pixels. For people that don't know, I haven't been promoting this that much, but I love pixels so much. I'm hosting a game jam this summer, folks. June 17th, a week-long game jam. Captain Coders, learn you a game jam. Captain Coders, I need to put a little command here, but Captain Coders, learn you a game jam. Pixel edition, you got to do, it's pixel art related, maybe voxels, but we're doing a pixel-styled game jam. Learn you a game jam. All right, secret theme is going to be coming up. We have $500 in prizes, not crazy prizes. for the most educational project. So you are absolutely encouraged if you join this game jam. The whole point is to learn something new. Don't just do what you know, learn something new and write a blog, devlog, or vlog about it. Do something, let us know what you learned, share it with us. 3 judges to be determined soon are gonna vote, are gonna go through, read all your stuff, watch your videos, see which one that we feel is the most educational and share that $250 prize to the most educational. And then everyone else who submits a devlog, blog, or log showing what they learned, you get entered into a drawing for $50 just for learning something, folks. Just for learning something, just for having fun. Yeah, 3 months away. 3 months away. I'll promote that more later, but since Ryazi's here, and I know Ryazi's a beautiful, beautiful pixel artist, I just thought I'd share. Love me some pixels. Pixels are life. Pixels are love. Pixels are life. Absolutely. All right, folks. But what we're doing here, for each inventory item, this is a pair, this key item and position top left. In our item lookup, we're gonna go through all of these things. For each one of those, we're gonna yield a new grid. What did we call this? In our inventory grid, we have a type grid slot, new grid slot. All right, new inventory grid slot. All right, so we have a top left. So this is our top left, our item, and then this. So we're just looping through, giving all those things back. Razy, yeah, we're doing an inventory system today. We're on day 2, folks. Day 2 of our inventory. We got a little blog going. Hey, Whale, welcome back, my friend. Whale, it's so nice to see you again today. Happy Wednesday. How's your project coming along? But if you missed day 1, of our inventory system, you can get caught up here. You take a look at what we're trying to do. We're trying to make a Diablo-inspired grid-based inventory system where your items have shapes. We're sticking to rectangular shapes. So items have rectangular shapes, and you can drag and drop things around here. So we set up our project yesterday where we wrote some interfaces. Today we're going to do a little bit of implementation of the logic. Maybe, just maybe, if we're lucky, if lucky is we might just get down to actually working on some UI stuff today. But we're just getting the implementation going today, making sure our logic makes sense. We're writing some unit tests. Here we go. Does this test pass? Will it blend? Will it blend, folks? Does it blend? Give me a pass. 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 Boom! Passed. All right. All right. We done did it, folks. Saved the world. A whale says, I'm almost done with it. Need to make like 2 more levels and fix 1 bug. Excellent, friend. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Okay, so our constructor seems to be working. Next, let's test out our before we can test out IEnumerable, we have to actually add items. Let's get our set item working. All right. So we're gonna add another test. That's gonna be a fact. Public void test simple add. Like this. So once again, let's create a simple inventory grid. Like this. Let's make this a, we know it's going to be 4x10 for the, I don't want to hard code that be that set. So we'll do 4x10 here. We need some items to add in here. So I need to make a very, very simple implementation of an item, in here. I'm going to make just an internal class, internal, so mock item, mock inventory item. Like this. All right, so we're gonna say namespace captaincoder.inventory. Right, it says, I don't know why, but writing inventories is therapy for me at this point. Is it comforting? Comforting? Is that why it's therapy? So that sounds like a good thing. So this is just gonna be a very simple record. So this is a public record class mock inventory item, and it's going to extend IInventory item like this, and it's just going to have a, I'm going to give it a string name so we can identify it. And then also a, what did we call it in our iInventory item? Size. All right. And so then in our simple, this would be a dimensions size. And that should get us there. Yeah, so that satisfies the implementation. This just wants us, oh, we're gonna make this an internal. We don't need other people touching this. We make it internal. Yeah, it's super common once you get the drag and drop working. It's so nice. Yeah, we got drag and drop working on the last one for our crafting system. So we did manage to get a crafting system that's similar. I don't know why these videos don't want to play anymore. Why don't you play? Copy video address. Why don't you play? Is it because we made a drag and drop. Why are you butts? But yeah, we have a drag and drop system that we implemented last time, and we're just learning a little bit more. So we built a crafting system on the last one. Drag and drop grid. So yeah, we have a drag and drop grid. 75 minutes have passed already. Holy moly, folks. We gotta get cooking here. So we gotta take our first break here in no more than 15 minutes. Look how beautiful record types are, folks. Look how beautiful this record type is. That's all I gotta do to make a mock inventory item. So nice. So fuzzy, so nice. So now in our inventory test, now I can use this mock. Let me put this over here. So now if I want to add things to my inventory, I got this really simple class here to do it. I don't know why I need this to be in a separate tab like that. Aristotle, I'd like to thank you. Aristotle, thank you for the following today, my friend. I'm so glad you clicked follow, and welcome to the crew. Aristotle, I welcome you today. Aristotle, I'd like to say yay. Aristotle, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I welcome you to the crew. If you didn't know, Captain Coder is me, and me is Captain Coder, and me is a computer science educator. I teach at a school for ages 10 to 14, computer science and programming. If you have any questions, programming or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'll do my best to answer. I don't always have the answers, but I'll do my best. Just keep those questions PG, my friend. Family-friendly stream here, folks. And backseat coding is absolutely encouraged because that's how we learn and code and grow together and make progress. Shiny Games, hello, my friend. Happy Wednesday to you. So nice to see you. Anyone who doesn't know, Shiny Games. Oh, thank you so much for that shout out. Thank you so much. For anyone who doesn't know, Shiny Games, folks, you gotta give them some love. Shiny Games is also a game developer. Check them out. Beautiful stuff going on there. Hit that little heart. Hit that heart. You know, don't break his heart. If it says unfollow, don't look, see that? Don't break the heart. Don't break the heart. Only break that. Give him that love. Oh, Shiny has a Steam page. I did not know. One sec, Shiny. One sec. Let me give you VIP access. Shiny Games. You should be able to post a link now, my friend. Send us that link. Yeah, give us that Steam page, folks. Give us that Steam page. Shiny, I need to see the Steam page. I need it. All right, so we're gonna do inventory dot. We're gonna create a new item. How do I do setups in? All right, one sec. Private, static, simple. We'll call this Dagger. Private, static. I inventory item Dagger equals new mock inventory item. Interesting. Dagger, comma, for new dimensions, 2 rows, 1 column. Surprised that didn't work. Is inaccessible due to, oh, it's in a different, that's annoying. That's really annoying. All right, so the mock item needs to be in this package. Shiny, right here, still some work. Still some work. Congratulations on your Steam page, my friend. Let's check it out. Escape Space. Escape Space, folks. Shiny Games. Gotta go over, check it out. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Side-scrolling shmup action, shoot 'em up action. Look at these beautiful graphics. Beautiful graphics. It reminds me of Fast and Light. Super excited. But come over here, add it to your wish. If you're not wish list, hang on, I gotta do this on my actual Steam real quick. We're gonna do a true wish list. This is my safety browser. Click that add to your wish list, folks. Q3 2023 coming soon to a Steam near you. Get that love. Give it some love. Yeah, it's $100 to get a Steam page up. I'm really interested in doing it myself, but I don't have anything. I don't have any real games. Barack Firats, welcome to the crew. Barack Firats, how are you? Barack Firats, welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Barack Firats, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. That's such a beautiful name. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. If not, please correct me. Please correct me. I want to make you feel welcome. And if I get your name right, that's the first step. So feel free to correct me if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. And welcome aboard, my friend. We are here to learn and code and grow as a crew. All right, so this mock inventory item. Any questions are absolutely highly encouraged. We're going to drop this in this package, actually. Valkyrie, 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 Valkyrie row, Valkyrie row, Valkyrie row, I welcome thee to the crew, my friend. I'd like to welcome you, 'cause you're Valkyrie and you followed me and you're gonna be with the crew. I say welcome to you, Valkyrie, Valkyrie, Valkyrie. I'd like to thank you for following Captain Coder's Academy. Do. Valkyrie, my friend, I'm so happy you are here to learn and code and grow with us with no fear. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. For anyone who's new here, Captain Coder's Academy is a place to learn and code and grow together. I'm a computer science educator. It's my profession. I'm a professional teacher. It's my favorite. I love that I've managed to make it that far. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, programming related or otherwise. Just keep them PG-11 folks, family friendly, and backseat coding is totally encouraged. Please backseat code me. Ask me questions. What are you doing, Captain? How do I do this? How do I do that? Don't hesitate to ask. I love to hear your questions. Shadi says, anyway, how's it going? It's going, Shadi, can't you tell it's beautiful? It's a beautiful day here in Captain Coder's Academy. How the heck are you? I don't know if I've asked you that. Lance says, you are always most welcome, Shady. I might pester folks with questions about matrices, but going to see if I can figure it out first. Please do. Please do. Matrices. All right, so I moved my mock into my test because that's where I want it, rather than being in my library here. That makes sense to move it there because that's where I need it. So I'm going to make my dagger here. So I have a mock inventory item, we'll call it S dagger, I suppose. That said, I could just make it some static things over there. Okay, so now our inventory, we're gonna do try set item at, and we'll give it a position, the 0, 0. So new, we can do 0, 0 like this. It's overloaded, so you can use tuples. Dagger. All right, so this should assert true. This should return true if we do this. Okay. And then if we try and check our items now, we should iterate through it. So we should do the font. It should be inventory dot items. All right. So we should be able to assert dot equals. Is this what we want? Equals 1 items dot count. We should have one thing inside of our list. Now, what is this telling me? Well, it's giving me a warning. It says use single. There we go. So it has one thing. See, look, XUnit's got us, folks. XUnit's got us. Then we can also assert dot items. Assert dot true or contains. The object expected is to be in the collection. Yes, so that should have our dagger in our inventory dot items. All right, so not just that there's a single thing, it's that we should contain it. Let's see, what is this telling me? Contain should take in a T expected and an I enumerable collections. Oh, this is returning a grid slot. A grid slot. All right, so then we want to do dot select slot goes to slot dot item. Really, we could make a grid slot and do a compare. See, as the grid slot, one second, should be I equatable. It's a record type, so they're I equatable. Beautiful. So in fact, we want to assert that it contains a new I inventory item dot grid slot. Hang on. Can we make this work? Simple grid. I inventory grid dot grid slot, and the position should be 0 0, so it should be 0 0. It should be our dagger, and it should have our inventory. All right, so we want to assert that our inventory contains inventory dot items. Okay. Contains that thing. It has one thing, that's the one thing inside of it. There we go, folks. This is our test simple at. If we run it, this is gonna fail, I think. It should fail. If it doesn't fail, I'll be absolutely amazed. Please follow. Why aren't you following the output? Why do I gotta scroll down? All right, so we failed this test. That makes sense because we haven't implemented that. Some other things we should be able to assert are that assert dot is occupied, assert true dot inventory dot is occupied, 0 0 is occupied, and then our dagger is actually 2 rows and 1 column, so 0 0 should be occupied. We should also have row 1 column 0, so those 2 rows should be occupied. And let's see, what else can we assert? What are the things that we can assert about this? Is occupied, get item. We should be able to get an item at a position. Okay, so we'll do that as well. Assert dot, let's do, what inventory dot try get item at position 0 0. And this should set an out here. This should be our inventory, oh no, we gotta create a new variables. I inventory item, like this. Oh, I think I need to add a type T to our inventory grid so that way we can get back the explicit items that are inside of it. Ooh, this is informing me that I need to change not our simple grid, but our inventory interface. Our inventory grid needs to have a type T on it. And then T, where T extends I inventory item. We got to do this instead. And now, I'm not sure why these are complaining. Could not be resolved. Oh, do I have to put a T here? I got to look into how to do that. Oh, that's interesting. That makes sense though. I'll figure that out soon. This is actually returning T's now. So T is our item type. This will allow us to make this a scriptable object. So whichever platform you're using, you get T back, it still has that implementation. Is this gonna tell me I can't do nullables? No, it can't. Okay, good. T, inventory grid of type T. This is a T here, and this is a T as well. Okay. Let's look for instances of this. Okay, so you actually get your T's back. Okay, so now over here, this should be of mock inventory items. Okay. Our subclass inventory grid has to implement type T as well. And where T is item. Okay. And similar, inventory grid cell of T holds inventory item. Oh, it's telling me I haven't finished the implementation here. So these should be T's. These should be T's. New T array. Inventory grid of type T. These are T's, type T's. We got to refactor, folks. Got to do a little bit of refactoring. We're going to get it, though. It's going to be good. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be grand. It's going to be great. And when we have it, the power of generics, man. Inventory item T. Okay. Generics are cool. Shuisho says templates. That's right. In C Sharp, I believe they're called generics. In C++, they're templates. In C++, they are templates. Did that solve a lot of this? Should be an inventory item. We're going to change this to mock item here. Oh, yeah. True. Yeah. So there's a little bit different. They're slightly different. All right. So mock inventory item here. I believe, look, I'm not a C# expert. I'm not a C# expert either. Let's be very, very clear here. Should be a mock inventory item. Okay, cool. 90 minutes have passed, folks. You know what that means? We got to take a break. I got to stop here as much as I might want to keep going. Let's do a quick, I just want to make sure my compilation errors are gone. Let's do a quick build. CD Captain Coder Core.net build. Will it build? If it doesn't build, I got to fix that. As long as it compiles, I'm going to take a break. Okay, so we compiled. When we come back, you know what that means? We got to get some stretching in. Captain Coder loves you. And that means you should love you. And if you love you, that means you should love yourself and you should love your body. And your body deserves to be taken care of. So when we get back, we're going to do some stretches, folks. Take care of our body. So stay tuned. Get your mom in the room. Get your dad in the room. Get your cousin. Get your daughters. Get the whole family. Fun for the whole family to take care of themselves. If you're at work, get your coworkers. Say, hey, guys, Captain's about to do some stretches. Gather around. Gather around my workstation, folks. But I shall return. Just got to get myself some bean water. I'm out of bean water, and I shall be back. I shall be back. Hang tight. Grab your bear and bear with me. I shall return. All right, folks, the captain's back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Crypto Rich says it's a good habit to get up every so often when coding to minimize the health risks associated with prolonged sitting. Absolutely. That's why Captain Coder is going to get you up, get you stretching. Get on up, folks. It's been 90 minutes since we started, a little bit more than that. And so we got to get on up. We're going to do some stretches, folks. We're going to take care of our bodies. The captain loves you. Hey, listen. You in the back, pay attention. It's time for some stretches, so get on up with me. We're gonna get some stretches in, folks. We're gonna get some stretch. We're gonna take care of our bodies because we love ourselves, and loving yourself is so nice. Christoph, hello, my friend. So nice to have you here on this beautiful Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We're happy to be. I think it's good morning for you, Christoph. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right, folks, we're gonna start with a stretch here. We're gonna stretch. I don't know the names of the muscles. We're gonna stretch this one. Arm up, over your head, bend it back. See if you can touch your back. Bring that elbow across. If it hurts, it shouldn't hurt. You should just get a little bit of tension here, right here, getting the tension on this part of your body here. Grab it, and if you don't feel any tension, lead that head back into it. Get that stretch. If you still don't feel it, lean to the side a bit to get a little bit more of a stretch. It should not hurt. It should feel good. We're just getting that blood moving, getting that blood flowing, taking care of our bodies, and just getting that stretch. And we're gonna hold this for another 15 seconds, folks. If this stretch isn't your cup of tea, that's okay. Maybe stretch out something else. Maybe do a little bit of a wrist stretch. Maybe roll that neck. Oh, just get a stretch in any way you can. If you're not sure which one to do, just follow along with the captain, folks. Follow along with the captains. All right, go ahead and let that go. Get that other arm up. Touch the back there. Grab that elbow, secure it, bring it across. Get a little bit of tension here. Lean into it if you need to. It shouldn't hurt. It should feel good. Should feel just a little bit of tension, getting that stretch in. Oh yeah. Gonna hold this for 20 seconds, folks. You know, this has been a wonderful experience for me. I had been stretching a bit before I started streaming, but once we got into it, once I started doing some of when I say longer streams, 3 hours, that sort of thing, I really started needing those breaks. And it's been so good for me. I've been feeling my flexibility totally increase, and I hope yours is too. All right, go ahead and release that. Oh, we're gonna do shoulder rolls next. My favorite. Shoulder rolls. All right, we're gonna start little shoulder rolls, going back and back. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2. 3. I'm gonna do this one a little extra. You're feeling a little crunch here on my left side. If you want to move it forward, you can, but that feels so good. I hope it feels good for you. It feels great here. Oh yeah. Now add the elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, shake it out, folks. Doesn't it feel good to be alive? Doesn't it feel good to get that blood flowing? It does for me. All right, everyone, deep breath. Stretch up, reach up as high as you can. Maybe pull your shirt down so you're not exposing your belly button to everyone in the room. But if they don't mind, that's okay. But go ahead and stretch up, reach up, get that core stretch, get up on those tippy tops, those tippy toes, those tippity toppity toes. Just get that stretch in nice here. All right. Breathe in and out normally. We're going to take a deep breath, and when we exhale, just roll down. Deep breath. Exhale. We're going to roll down. You're going to hinge at the waist here, and you're just going to hang. You're just going to hang here. Maybe feel a little bit of stretch in those glutes and lower back, but hinge at the waist. Don't lock the knees. Keep those knees straight, but not locked. You don't want to cut off that blood flow. If you can touch your toes, great. If you can't touch your toes, just hang there. Hang there. Get that nice stretch in. Doesn't it feel lovely, folks? Doesn't it feel wonderful? It should feel good. Should feel great. Should feel grand. And breathe in for 4. In. 2, 3, 4. Couple deep breaths in. And out. Go ahead and roll it up. I don't know if I said roll up. In and out. Last deep breath, folks. In. Oh, doesn't it feel wonderful? It feels great to be alive, folks. Thank you so much for joining me in that. Thank you for taking care of yourselves. The captain loves you. You should love you. You should take care of yourself as much as you can. And for being with the captain to take care of yourselves. I know you joined me in those. I know you joined me in those stretches. 50 points, folks. 50 points to all of you for taking care of your bodies. I appreciate you. Code Rad says, just joined and stretched. I'm so glad to hear you're taking care of yourself, Code Rad. So happy to hear it. Oh, felt so good. Felt so good. Revere saying totally joined you in those stretches too. Revere, nice. So glad to hear it. So glad to hear it. All right, folks, we're going to hop back in. We're going to hop back in to our code in here. Code in here, for those of you who don't know. For those of you who don't know, code... Oh, I got to reset my break timer. Reset break. Moon is sorry. I muted stream during the stretch so I wouldn't feel bad for not doing it. That's all right, Moon is. You can feel bad for other reasons. But not for not being awesome. I hope you don't feel bad. I'm kidding. I hope you don't feel bad. Moon is, you're a beautiful person. I absolutely love you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Real quick, let's do a shout out here. Moon is, folks. Moon is taught me everything I know. Mooniz has taught me everything I know. Thank you so much for being here, Mooniz. Incredible streamer, currently working on a Metroidvania style game, codenamed Moonvania. Gotta go check him out. Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful streamer. We're gonna get a woe chain. We got a woe chain started, folks. Do we want to see a woe? Do we got a woe? Can we get a woe? Can you join in the woe chain? Do we got enough people for a woeage? Come on, folks. I know you can do it. We believe in you. Revere. Whoa. We got that woe chain, folks. Nice job finishing that woe chain. Love you, folks. Love you all to death. I always thought that was a funny word. I used to have a banner say, I love you guys to death. I'm going like, I don't know if you should love someone so much you kill them. Maybe that's a little too much love. What do you guys think? Can you love someone to death if you love someone too much? Is that too much? All right, folks. But did you guys know, I think, what's today? Oh, today's stream is broadcast by the letter A. You can't love someone too much. That's right, Shady Games. I'm sorry, Judge. I just loved them so much that they died. Bugs Bunny style. You gotta love them and squeeze them and hug them and call them George. You gotta love yourself more. That's right. But folks, we also got Code Rad Games here on the screen before you. You're seeing Rogue Blight is a game Code Rad Games is developing. Amazing game developer, awesome stream. Horrifying 2D Souls-like game, Rogue Blight, folks. You gotta check it out. If you want a game that chews you up, spits you out, and leaves you begging for more, that's Rogue Blight, folks. Coming out Game of the Year 2024. Click that link. See that Steam-powered link? That Steam-powered link's gonna bring you over here. Uh-oh. That was not the right link, folks. That was not the right link. Hang on, let's try again. Steam-powered link. Rogue Blight. Scroll on down, add it to your wish list. You know what? You don't want to be the last person to play this game. You want to get in there, become the Blight Lord. That's right, folks. Give Code Rad some love. Code Rad Games, thank you for being here, my friend. Thank you for all you do for all of us. Love you, my friend. Love you. Moon says, one day I'll add shoutouts as well, but no time to do all that. I know. It's always a little bit of it, a little bit here, a little bit there. I don't know how I've managed to get as far as I have putting these things together. All right, folks, but where are we? We are writing some simple tests here for our inventory system. All right, so we have a 4x10 grid. Trying a simple add. We add a single dagger. Should occupy this space. This test should fail. Try get item at should return true, so we should be able to assert true after we add it in, and then we should be able to assert dot equal s dagger and item. So this is the item that we got out. Okay, and we should also be able to do one more here. 1 comma 0 should also return true, and it should update this and get the same assertion here. Okay. What else would be true at this point in our interface? So we have is occupied, we check that, try get item at, try remove item at. We should be able to remove the item as well at this point. Okay. Set test simple add remove. Add test simple add and remove. Although maybe these should be into like separate tests. They sort of flow together. But simple add and remove here. Assert.true inventory.remove item at 0, 0 like this. And once again, our item should get updated like this. So we should actually remove it. The item that we removed should still be the dagger. And now our iterator should be empty. Assert empty inventory.items. Okay, so we assert that it's empty. It is not occupied. These two spaces should no longer be occupied. So we assert false and false. And we shouldn't be able to remove it again. So assert false. If we try to remove it again, we shouldn't be able to. Right. All right. I think this is reasonable. The one thing that would be nice to test is the other position, trying to remove it from that other position as well. We're gonna, I think to do that, let's add the item one more time. We'll add the item back one more time, and we'll remove from the other position and do the same assertions like this. All right, so then remove item at 0, 1 should be equals like this, and then not occupied again. Okay, so this is our test. This tests almost all of our different methods. Test a lot of them. We'll see which ones aren't tested momentarily. It fails. So let's see if we can get these implemented and move forward, Dramel. It's just one or maybe 2 tests. All right, so is occupied is going to return in our grid. The idea is if our grid at position dot row position dot column is not equal to null, it's occupied. Okay, so that's what we're gonna go with. If it's not null, it's occupied. Try and get item at, we're gonna say if there's a couple things we're gonna do. Let's do add first. Let's do our set item at first. Essentially, we need to check whether or not any of the positions it's going to go into are occupied. Okay, so in this case, the simple one would be the simple case where everything's jolly and good is we return true at the end of the day because we added the item. We have our item lookup on top left is going to be our item. Our item is actually going to be at this top left. That's right. And then we need to add that item into those top left spots. So it'd be our grid. We sort of need like our rows and columns. So we say for each position P in item dot size. So we go through every position. We're going to call this our position. All right. We need to combine those positions with the top left. All right. So it'd be nice to have position, let me say position. This is position P in item cell. I'm going to call it item cell. I'm bad at naming. So this is going to be, so for our dagger, this will be 0, 0 and 0, 1 since it occupies up and down. But the idea here would then be position in grid is equal to our top left plus our item cell. So we need to make it so that we can actually add together positions. And so I want to overload the plus in our position class to allow us to do this. So in our position class, public static let's look. I can't quite remember how to do it. C# operator overloading. I want to make it so you can add together positions. I just need to remember the syntax. Public static position operator. Did my computer just crash? No, it didn't. It felt like my computer was about to crash there. Operator plus on position A, position B, and this is going to be a new position, A dot row plus B dot row, A dot column plus B dot column. So now I should be able to take two positions and add them together, assuming my syntax is correct here. Public static, I'm doing something wrong. Public static, do I know no space here? Public static, let me actually read this instead of looking. User defined overload operator that includes both a public static modifier, a unary operator has one input parameter, a binary operator has two. That makes sense. Public static, I'm surprised. Let's read the error. Am I just missing invalid forward token in class record or interface member declaration? Operator. There we go. I just spelled operator wrong as not operator like this. All right. So in this case, we say when we want to do a plus on these, we can sum them together like such. And our summary is just going to say sums the row and column values together. Okay. And a similar operator is going to be our minus. And this is going to be calculates the difference. So it's A minus B, like this. So now we can use position using plus and minuses, which is a beautiful syntactic thing to be able to do. Finds, calculates the simple difference in row and column values. Okay. So now over here, we can sum them together to get the actual grid position. Okay. And then we can say grid at ingrid dot row, ingrid dot column is equal to item. So this is the simple thing to do. So this makes the assumption that there's nothing occupying any of these positions. So we actually need to make sure that none of those positions are occupied first. Okay. So it's a little bit tricky in that regard, is that we have to make sure that none of those positions are occupied initially. Devro says, sup, Captain? Sup, Devro? So nice to see you here today. Happy Wednesday. How the heck are you, Devro? It's such a beautiful day to have you here. It's a beautiful Wednesday for me. I hope it's a beautiful Wednesday for you. And it's so nice to see you. Devro, everybody. Devro. Let's give Devro a shout out real quick. Devro's an incredibly talented developer and 3D artist. He's making a game in Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine, folks, if you want to see some awesome, amazing 3D art, you got to go check out Devro, folks. You got to go check him out. You have to. If you're not checking out Devro, what are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life if you're not checking out Devro? How did that happen? Devro, I'm so sorry. It shouted out. There must be a bug. There must be a bug in my Devro command that automatically shouts out Art. I'm so sorry. Art's also an awesome developer, my friend. Let me go see if I can fix that real quick. What? Devro command. Edit here. Devro. One sec. Fascinating. Chat command. Yeah, it's set up to automatically give Art a shout out there if I say Devro. All right, Devro, I fixed your command, my friend. I'm so sorry. The link is right though, so folks, you got to give Art a follow, you got to give Devro a follow. They're both amazing. It says I got to wait 2 minutes to give you a shout out, Devro. I'm gonna do my best. If someone would remind me to give Devro a shout out, because he deserves it. He's such an awesome developer. Fun, totally fun stream. Mads, the Spaz, welcome back, my friend. Doesn't mean each time you add position, you create a new position item just to then copy it into a destination but never use it again. Wouldn't it be better to have a constructor that you could use for IND, i.e. position equals in grid? So position is a struct, so you're correct that it is recalculating it, but on the stack, there's actually only one there's only one position. So in this specific what am I trying to say? In this specific method, there will always be 3 slots for positions. None of these actually ever get allocated in memory. Outside of the stack, they don't get allocated on the heap because it is a struct. Good question. Maz the Spaz. So we actually don't allocate new space. It just reassigns those values on the stack. I hope that makes sense. So we don't actually ever need more than three slots. So this ends up being 6 integers positions in memory total for this stack. So what's interesting is the new I actually kind of hate the new thing for structs. It bothers me that structs have new, because the new keyword, in my opinion, should imply that there is a memory allocation. That's not true for structs. That's just saying, oh, I need to call the constructor because we have a constructor. I need the constructor to initialize this thing because it's read only. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, these are actually structs, so that the memory doesn't go onto the heap, so you don't actually end up with anything that needs to be garbage collected when you say new on a struct. Unless you're using a reference struct, and then that's a little bit different. Ace says, I should take a nap. And then also continues to work on the same bug for 2 more hours. Only 2 more hours, Ace. Only 2 more hours? You don't mean 7 more hours, 8 more hours, 9 more hours? 7 days, my friend? All right, Devro, we got to give you a real shout out now. Devro, folks, the one, the only, the incredible Devro. Give him some love. Click that love button here. Yeah. Ace, I completely feel that. Ace, it's so nice to have you here. Ace, queen of programming. Ace, I'd like to welcome you back to the crew. Ace. We love having you here. Ace, happy Wednesday. How the heck are you, Ace? So nice to see you. Maz, let me know if that made sense to you. If not, I'd be happy to try and explain it a little bit more in depth. But the basics there is that because our position's a struct, there's no garbage collection required on it. Instead, there's just 3 memory slots for it. Because I have position defined 3 times, there end up being 3 position slots for it. I do kind of want this intermediate one, just so I don't have to do the addition twice. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Okay. Oh yeah, so what I was saying, when we trace it item, this is the happy path. It overrides what there. We kind of got to check first, can we actually put this item into this spot? And I'm not sure the best way to do it. I think I'm gonna just do it a naive way. I'm gonna do a way where we iterate over all the spots that the item wants to be first. So let me know if this feels dumb. I'm gonna do for each position. So now I'm adding another position in here. Item cell. in item.size. I want to check all these things again. Oh, I could do this a little bit better. The basic idea though is that once again we have a position to check, and we're gonna optimize this. I don't like this right now. We're gonna optimize this part here. Top left plus item cell, and then we're gonna check, say, if is occupied to check. We return false. So if any of the positions are occupied, we can't do anything. We return false. Ace says, I'm doing fine, but I'm leaving the stream on the TV. Well, thank you. Ace, we know here at Captain Coders Academy, we know you have many options when you choose to lurk. And Captain Coders Academy, appreciate you choosing to lurk here. I hope you enjoy your lurk. And I hope you're able to solve that bug, my friend. I hope you're able to solve it if you haven't solved it already. All right, so here's an opportunity where we may not have to do this calculation like that. So we check if it is occupied. If it is, we return false like that. So if any of those cells already have something in them, we can't do it. And we can even optimize is the wrong word, but we can simplify this code, I believe, by doing item.positions, item.size.positions where, so we're going to go through, essentially this does the loop. I don't know if this is actually simpler or not. Might make sense just to add an extension to it where is occupied p plus, all right, so we need a p here. So this is our p plus top left like this. And then we're going to say dot, so we loop through, we get through them. As soon as we find one, we want to stop. So I'm wondering if can I make this stop as soon as find one? So we say where is occupied. All right, so as soon as we find one spot that's occupied, this will contain something. I kind of want to do a first here, first or default. But the default position is like 1-1, so that's not helpful. Is there a single? Oh, yeah. If any, I want any. So this is gonna stop as soon as we find any. Okay, this is perfect. So this is gonna be bool is occupied. Jibster with the save, my friend. Add point, Jibster, thank you so much for that. You got me through that. 50 points to you, Jibster. Excellent recommendation. Thank you for that backseat code. We're gonna check if it is occupied. So this checks if any of the spots are occupied. That's right, PogChamp. If any of them are occupied, we just return false. And so is occupied here. If is occupied, return false. All right. Otherwise, we go through and do that. I named it for clarity here. Tomster. Thank you for following me. Yeah, I said Tomster. Oh, Tomster. I'd like to welcome you to the crew. Tomster is here at the academy. I don't know what I'd do if you didn't follow. Oh, Tomster, thank you for following me. Tomster, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy, where we are learning and coding and growing together as a crew. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm a computer science educator. I teach students at a school ages 10 to 14, computer science and programming. But I have a, vast background, but I have quite a bit of a background in computer science education. So do not hesitate to ask programming questions or otherwise. I love to entertain them. And backseat coding is totally encouraged. Die, Ranny, I welcome you. Die, Ranny. Oh, Dyrani, thank you for following me. Oh, Dyrani, welcome to the crew. Yes, Dyrani, I welcome thee. Dyrani, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday to you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. And then we got Ben Smith over on YouTube saying, good morning, everyone. Looking forward to seeing how the inventory system turns out. Me too, Ben. If you missed the first day, we got a little blog going. You can check it out. See what our goals are. Dyrani says, such a funny guy. I love you. No, Dyrani, I love you too. I love you too, my friend. We got a little blog going, so if you want to see what we did on day one, we're on day two. If you want to see what we did on day one, I wrote a little blog for us, so go check it out if you want to get caught up. Or you can go check out the archive. We got a full video of it if you want to go watch it as well. Tom says, thank you. I'm new and want to learn C# and Unity. I'm happy to be here. So happy to have you here. Like I said, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Also, we have a Discord. No pressure to join the Discord, but we got a lot of people there that are helping us all learn and code and grow together. We have an Ask Questions on our Discord. So if you go to the Discord, ask for help. People here always helping each other. Feel free to ask there if you get stuck on anything. If you want, the reason I'm doing an inventory project is because someone suggested it. Someone suggests an inventory project. Feel free to suggest projects. We try to do a new project every week or two here on the stream. So don't hesitate to make suggestions. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. And now back to the regularly scheduled captain. All right, folks. So trying to set the item, we're going to check if it's occupied. If it is, we do nothing. Otherwise, we're going to add it in here. Okay, so we add it in there. At that specific cell. One thing we could consider doing. No, because this has to be X and Y. Yeah. So not X and Y, row and column. It's two-dimensional. I was gonna say we could do an index by a position, but then we'd have to change it to a dictionary, and we actually get a huge memory boost here because we're using a struct here inside of an array rather than a dictionary. So this is great. All right, so this here I think is our try set item at. So this is a simple set item. Let's do the same thing for remove item at. If we get a position here, we got to do the same thing. It's essentially the reverse of say is occupied position. So if it is not occupied, we don't remove anything, so we return false. All right, so if we're not occupied, there's nothing to remove. Return true. And it's saying this out thing gets that item equals null by default. Can I do that? Item equals default. All right, so the value of item is undefined. Maybe we should make this nullable. I'm not 100% sure if I like that or not. Default possible null reference assignment. Yeah, okay, so it wants us to change this interface, which tells us that we got to go back into. All right, so that's a good information. Let's go to our inventory grid interface. This should be a maybe. This should be a nullable type here. For any of these outs, we probably want them to be nullable. We already had it nullable there. Is that the only other out? Okay, cool. So we can come back over here. Try remove, attempts to remove. What is this? Oh, it's saying that we'll set it to null in this case. What is the warning here? Attempts to remove an item. Nullability is a reference type in the primary null. Doesn't match implicitly implemented member bool. I'm confused why I can't do this. Cannot convert null default. Is this really what I need? Okay. This just makes it so that if it happens to be a nullable, default will be null. Got it. Return false. I still don't quite know. Doesn't match implicitly implemented member. Oh, it just hasn't updated yet. Can we get this to build? Can we get that to go away? I think this is a phantom warning because I changed it and it just hasn't caught up. Got a lot of warnings. If I reload, come on, VS Code. VS Code, be better. We're gonna see, is this a phantom warning or not? Now I'm gonna get my F# thing. I need to uninstall this F# plugin. It drives me crazy. And I haven't been using F# all that much recently. That water, that delicious life, that lifeblood. I inhaled the water and I had to cough. My body rejecting existence. How many years have I been practicing drinking water and I can't get it right? What's going on here? What's the suggested? Nullability of reference types and type parameter item of bool doesn't match the implicitly item. Did I not just change that? Try get item at. Am I in try? Oh, try remove. Try remove item. There we go. I'm just dumb. I changed the wrong thing. I missed it. All right, there we go. All right, so if it is occupied, we do nothing. Otherwise, we have to go through and remove it. So it's going to be item lookup dot remove, and then the key happens to be our item. So one thing is that our not item we have to go get it from the grid. Okay, so grid at position dot row position dot column. This is the item we're moving. So T to remove. This is the thing we're removing. So in fact, item becomes this thing. We're going to try and guarantee, well, not try, we must guarantee the internal implementation says if it's occupied, something's going to be there. Okay, so in that case, we're going to get it out. Then, since we have that item, we can remove it from our dictionary. So our item lookup dot remove item. So we remove that. So now it's not going to be in the dictionary anymore. And now we got to iterate through for each position item cell in item.size. So we're going to loop through all the positions and do this same thing here. We say grid, in grid like this, is going to loop through, find that position, then in our grid at in grid dot row, in grid dot column equals null. So we just clear that slot out. Top left is not defined. Yeah, this should be called top. Oh, it's not at position. It's actually the item. Oh, it's the position that's, okay, so we have the top left corner of this position as well. So it's gonna be position top left is equal to item lookup at the item. So this actually gets us the top left of that thing. It's the thing we can't set it to null. And so I was right in the first place. I need to make this a nullable T grid here. Can I not do this? Cannot convert null to type T because even if I do this, is this the same issue I ran into on the last project where I have to use a dictionary? I would really, really like to use a 2D grid here. A two-dimensional matrix, a two-dimensional grid. I don't know why this doesn't like that question mark here. That's pretty disappointing that I can't do that. But it's because our T, we've specifically said it has to be a non-struct, I suppose. Consider using default of type T instead. Man, what a bummer. What a bummer. I think I have to use another dictionary that goes back and forth because T could be a struct, which I know it's not going to be a struct. Is there a way that I can make it so that cannot be a struct? Let's see, generic C# generic type disallow struct. T is a class. Okay. T is an inventory item and class. Okay. Can't do it. All right. So one sec. Enumerable. Okay. So class isn't quite right. Let's see. Struct. Oh, I have to put it first where class. Okay. If you do that, class has to be the first one. Gotcha. All right, so now it can be nullable. And all these weird null things where I'm doing default stuff, I don't have to worry about that. I need a question mark. Make this a nullable like that. That makes sense, Mooniz. Thank you for Mooniz for your brilliance. Mooniz teaching me all the things I need to know. 50 points to you, my friend. The continued rating champ with 30,907 points. Thank you for your contributions. They are greatly appreciated. What is this saying? Item. So I know for a fact, I'm going to say that I know for a fact that this isn't null here. Oni Scythe says, good morning, Captain. Oni Scythe, I'd like to say good morning to you. Oni Scythe, it's nice to see you in the stream, my friend. Welcome to the crew. Oni Scythe, how are you today, my friend? Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. It's a beautiful day for me. I hope it's beautiful wherever you are in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. So nice to see you. Okay. Where was I doing the default thing? So default now can be null. Right. Default now can be null. And we're going to see if this is a mistake or not. But essentially, I think it's fine to say, look, this shouldn't be a struct. It should be a class. It's intended to be a class at the end of the day. And maybe that's a bad design. Let's look for the word default in here. Onisai says, I feel honored. Lovely voice you have there. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for such a nice compliment. I'm doing my best, but welcome to the crew. I'm happy to have you here, my friend. So happy to have you here. I'm Captain Coder, if you didn't know. If you haven't been here before, I'm a computer science educator. Do not hesitate to ask any questions, programming related or otherwise. Happy to entertain them. If you want to ask a question not program related, also welcome. Also welcome, my friend. All right, so the try remove now. We can remove that. We can set those things to null. Okay, so this makes me a little bit happier in that regard. So it removes it from each of the slots that it had, removes it from the dictionary, and we can set the item at. Okay. Try get item at. This one should be pretty easy as well. We're gonna say if is occupied. If it's not occupied, return false. Is not occupied position. So it's any position. Return false. Again, this needs to be a nullable type. So item equals null, like that. Toak says, any question, how do you have such a nice voice? You know, sometime you're gonna make me blush. You're so sweet, Toak Fodi. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, how do I have such a nice voice? I don't know. I just, maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe I'm born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. I did take, I have, a music background. I went to school to be a band director, a music teacher. I have done choir before. So I wouldn't say I've trained my voice by any means of the imagination. I don't think I'm a great singer, but I have an appreciation for music. Onisai says, I appreciate that. I'm a full stack web developer, but I have an interest in C#. I fell in love with C#. Christoph, have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. And you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, so I've done full stack web development. I've fallen in love with C#. I've fallen in love with .NET because of .NET's full stack web development platforms are awesome. Awesome. If you haven't seen Blazor, check out Blazor and other things, just like .NET in general. But happy to have you here. Toak, I hope that answered your question. I don't know why I have such a nice voice. I don't even consider it that nice of a voice, but I do my best. I enjoy music. I enjoy singing. All right, so eventually we're gonna return true. So if it's not occupied, we return false. Otherwise, the item item is going to be equal to grid at position.row, position.column. And we're going to say, well, and I guarantee it's not null. Although we don't have to do that, actually. Yeah, so we just do that. And we should be good to go with that. Have we implemented everything except for this tricky one? Let's see if our test pass. We wrote an implementation. Let's see if our simple test pass. Let's run this. Fact. Let's see if this fact works. Can we get a fact to pass? Will it blend, folks? Will it build? Failed. All right, so where was the failure? Let's see if we can find line 40. Assert true. Interesting. Because I said row, this should be 1 0. I have a bad test here. I couldn't remove at 1 0. I couldn't remove at 0 1 because the shape of it is vertical, not horizontal. Let's check this out as well. A says, okay, I had a short nap, returned and worked out the bug. The object was not displaying, not because its position or rendering wrong, but because I had the visible flag set to 0 in the engine. Oh, fascinating. I'm glad you got it. Isn't it always interesting? Ace, do you run into this where you take a break and immediately solve your problem after the fact? Item, what is it saying? Item is not null here. Converting null literal to possible null. It's saying that I need to specify that this is a maybe mock item. Gotcha. Ace says, wouldn't have worked it out without that. It's always so funny to me. It's like, I gotta finish this and I gotta finish this thing. And you're like, as soon as I finish this, I'm gonna take a break. It's gonna be nice. And then you spend hours just smashing your head against the wall. Yeah. Oni asks, you working on a game? I'm working on a component of a game. Good question, Oni side. So since you're new here, this is day 2 of an inventory system. So Captain Coders Academy, we try and do a new project every week or two. And someone on the Discord suggested a project, said, hey, what about an inventory system? And I was going, that would be really cool. For a couple of reasons. It's on theme with trying to prepare for the Dungeon Crawler Jam, which is in April. So I'm preparing for this dungeon crawler, and so I'm building an inventory system as like, and the idea is to build an independent library that we can sort of drop into other projects. That's the goal. And so we're designing an inventory system that's grid-based, similar to the original Diablo interface. So grid-based, items have shapes, 2-dimensional shapes, rectangular shapes, and you can drop them in the inventory. So there's like a little bit of inventory management required. So good question. I hope that answered your question. Unity Coder asked, using Blazor, could you make simple web games too? I haven't tried to do it, but I absolutely believe you could. I don't think it would be the best thing to do. I think if you wanted to have stuff moving around and dynamic things on the screen, it might not be the most useful way to do it. I think there's bindings to Canvas, which is typically how games do. But this website's written using Blazor, and all of the logic is implemented in C#, which I love about that. Unicode, I hope to answer your question. And we got Biko. I'd like to thank you for following me. Biko. Thank you and welcome to the crew. Biko, if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, please correct me. So happy to have you here. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday to you. Biko asked, hi, I'm learning coding. How are you? I'm fabulous, my friend. Thank you for asking. How are you? Any advice you'd like to give me? Absolutely, sure. If you're just starting out and you want to do C#, if you want to do game development, I highly recommend learning C# independently of Unity or whatever. Learn a little bit of programming independent of game development is gonna, I think, accelerate you. Spend 20 to 40 hours, maybe a couple weeks, maybe a month working on that independently, and then applying what you've learned there to game development, because they're really two different things. The game development uses the coding concepts. And so if you can learn those separately, you'll have a better time. That's not saying it's not impossible to learn them both simultaneously, but I think it's easier to learn them separately and then combine them together and become the master. Become the master of all things coding game dev. Dramo says it is possible. Absolutely. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think that separating the two allows you to conquer them individually, and will help with the confusion. That said, some of the resources I recommend, I have a workbook. This is sort of targeted. This is a workbook I've been using in my classes. It doesn't teach C# object-oriented programming yet. It teaches the basics of C#. It's targeted for a younger group. So I teach at a school 10 to 14. So if it's not quite your cup of tea, that's okay. I won't be offended. If you want to check that out, you can if you're absolutely new. That said, this is the resource this is the best book, in my opinion, for learning C#. Whether or not you are an experienced programmer or not, this book really, really does a good job of it starts out introducing programming for the non-programmer, and then starts adding advanced topics. I think this book is fantastic. It's $30, which can be cost prohibitive for some people. So if that's cost prohibitive, the other one I recommend is the Yellow Book. The Yellow Book has a free PDF copy. This book is also quite good. I think it's a little bit drier than the C# Player's Guide, which is a little bit gamified, not crazy gamification, but I love this book. This book's also good. So those are my C# resources that I would recommend. Feel free to check them out. And of course, while you're learning and coding and growing, don't hesitate to join the Discord if you want to. No pressure. And you ask for help. People here are always helping each other out, my friends. This is a great little community that's been forming. I've been having a blast there. I love seeing people helping each other out. So I hope that answered your question. And if you have any more specific questions, feel free to ask. I always like taking them if I have time to do so. But welcome aboard. Happy to have you here, Biko. And let me know. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. Okay. So we had a malformed test essentially here. Let's run this test again. And then we just have one last test to write if this one passes. There we go. That test passed. Beautiful. We got one more test. Oni Scythe. Thank you for following. Welcome to the crew. Welcome you. I hope you enjoy your stay here at the Academy. Welcome, One Side. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday. Shady says, I do have a question. How do you have such energy that early, day after day? What's the secret? You know, Shady, the secret is I never sleep. Sleep is for the weak. You know, little known fact, little known fun fact. The captain was sprung from the earth. You know, I was not born. I have no belly button. I was not born. I was pulled into existence from the void, and that's why I'm a simpleton. I was not raised to know anything except for the code. No. Just kidding. Shady, I don't know where the energy comes from. I think part of it is I'm a super morning person. It's when all my productivity happens. I don't know that I have a secret. I typically get up, do a little bit of working out in the morning, so maybe that helps. That said, I hadn't been doing that for a while. I brought that back in. I finally got my Total Gym into my office space to start working out. Yeah, I'm not sure. The bean water, Dramok says, the captain's been hitting that bean water too much. That's how. Yeah, it's the bean water. It's our bean water, folks. I don't know where it comes from. It's just who I am. Interestingly enough, I sort of talk to myself all day. I've been doing wake up and coding for years. A says captain is a code homunculus. That's correct. Ryazi asks, I have no idea why, but not so long ago, the bean juice suddenly all tasted like horribly burnt bean juice. It's not burnt, but I don't like burnt flavor. It's why I don't. So it's an unpopular opinion, and I'm not a big fan of Starbucks. I feel like the coffee tastes burnt. I feel like it's like burnt coffee beans. But Biko asks, what are we creating today? We are working on an inventory system. Here's a link to it. This week, we got 5 days to try and finish our inventory system. Feel free to check it out. What we've done, the main idea is that we want to implement a very simple inventory system where items have a width and a height. So width and height, and then the inventory is a grid, and you have to organize things within the grid properly. I hope that makes sense. I hope that answered your question. If not, feel free to ask again, and I'll do my best to answer. But yeah, so we're trying to implement that. We are on day 2 here, so I'm just implementing the logic. Damn cold, I can't get it to work. Damn cold, that damn cold, it's so hard sometimes. But I thank you for following. I started too high, and so I have to sing in my falsetto. Damn code, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Happy to have you here. Happy to see you on this beautiful day. How are you? Munez says, exercise gives you much more energy in general. I agree with that. Absolutely. Shadi asks, I feel like every morning I'm dying from the inside until 2 p.m. Also, I'm more like a late night person. Productivity rises around 10 p.m. or 2 or 3 a.m. Yeah. So some people are, I truly believe some people are morning people, some people are night people. Around 2 p.m. I start fading and can't get a whole lot done. That's about the time I start relaxing a little bit for myself. But I do get up at like 3 a.m. So 2 p.m. is around the time. I've like been up and doing stuff for about 10 hours at that point. Ace, I'm so sorry you got blocks there. Let's see, can I give you, let me do permit. Ace. You got 10 minutes of immunity, Ace. Please feel free to post that again. I appreciate it. So sorry my bot got you. It's a rogue bot, folks. Right, he says, then I started to drink tea, but I realized today I only had decaf. Gotcha. Ace was asking Raizy about COVID. Raizy says, I don't know. Don't feel sick except, normal month stuff. Yeah. So maybe some allergy type stuff. Shadi says, that looks like Resident Evil inventory is pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's similar to that as well. It's just like a management. Art! Good morning, my friend. Everyone, did you know? Today's stream is brought to you by the letter A. A is for Art, everybody. Art is an incredibly talented game developer. He's a real game developer, been making a real game, folks. Writing his own engine in C++. The Warlock's Gauntlet, a swords and sorcery themed first-person hack and slash. You gotta give him a follow, folks. Loving that stream. Check it out. He has a demo coming to a Steam near you, folks. He just finished up, or almost finished up with the prototype, adding a handful of little polished things. It's gonna be beautiful. Yeah, our rogue bot, Damn Code says, thanks for greeting and no problem. Welcome aboard, Damn Code. Happy to have you here. Ben Smith on YouTube says, do you plan on making the inventory expandable, adding in scroll cases, gym pouches, etc.? Would be much more like storage space. Yeah, so down here in our bonus goals would be adding bags and containers that you can right click to open to get additional space. So I don't think we'll have time to do that this week just because I have a shorter schedule than normal. And so that's one of our bonus goals. I would love to have that as part of it. Great question. Dram Olkson, hello, Art. Risey, I don't have allergies. It's actually my special skill. Yeah, I don't have allergies either. I feel a little guilty that I've never experienced allergies like other ways. Dramo says, Captain, putting pressure on Art with the alpha. I know, Art, get that alpha out, or else the captain's coming for you. The captain needs it, Art. Give it to me. Give it to me faster. All right, Raizy says, Shady, we have the same wake up schedule. I can't until 2 p.m. Yeah, my students, it was funny. My students are like, why are you always So I get up in the morning and I actually do like grading and stuff in the morning. My school doesn't have grades, but I do evaluations. I send my students messages, like emails and stuff at like 3, 4 a.m. And I have students who are like, you're up so late. I'm like, no, that's when I wake up. I wake up and get all the things done there. An Immortal Kid says, allergies killing me. Come on, Art. It's one alpha. What could it take? 10 years? That's right. That's right. Right? He says, my husband has horrible allergies, so spring and fall are just an absolute nightmare. Like I said, I'm very, very lucky that I don't have them. Ace says, I used to think I had seasonal allergies, but turns out I'm actually just allergic to cats. Ooh, bummer. And they shed at certain times of the year. That makes sense. That makes sense, though. I love cats. My partner, she's allergic to cats, so we don't have, I didn't have a cat before we were together, actually. I grew up with cats. I had 5 cats growing up. All right, Animal Core says, Razy, we have a bottle of Claritin for daily use during seasonal allergies. Yep. Razy says, yeah, he takes it, but it's horrible. He says, I'm a bird person rather than a dog or cat person. I had birds growing up too. We had 2 parakeets. Beautiful, beautiful animals. Birds are awesome. We have a dog. He's a blue heeler. Lovely, lovely boy. Dusty, love him. I don't feel like I'm actually responsible enough to take care of an animal on my own, so I didn't have one, but my partner had a dog, and I love him to death. I love him to death. No, not to death. I love him. I'm not going to love him so much he dies, though. I promise. All right, so we just got this test to pass. We have one more method to implement, and that is sort of the set item at if there's something already in that position. All right, so if there's already something in that position, we need to sort of swap it up. That said, I think we've actually finished some of our goals today. We're still writing the tests. We're sort of doing these 2 at the same time, folks. All right, so we almost got this. Try set item at. So I'm gonna write a little test for this. I can close these and this and that. Simple inventory test here. Moona says, Ace, I have horrible grass allergy. I have known people that have that. Like it looks awful. In January, I got vaccine pill for it that I take every day and will have to do for 3 years. Wow. Ace says, Bluey theme song starts playing in this and say, I don't know what Bluey theme song is actually. I'm sorry. Everyone had to listen to that horrible noise. For having to bear with that horrible noise. 50 points to all of you. Biko says, function Captain Coder, if 0 to 12, do code, well, 12 to 24, rest. That's right. Beautiful little chunk of code you've written there. It is quite accurate. So we're going to write a simple test. Dramox, we're almost done with the test, my friend. We're almost done, I promise. Moona says, Dramox, I can touch grass, but if I do, I'd have to go inside and play games for at least 38 hours to cure myself. Yeah. Test simple add swap add with swap. Okay. A says Bluey is a great kids show about a family of dogs, and the eponymous character is a blue healer. Gotcha. Eponymous. I'm gonna have to check that out. Bluey. I've never heard of that show. Thank you for I like kids shows. I don't watch a whole lot of TV, but when I do, I like kids shows. Adventure Time is one of my favorite. Over the Garden Wall is one of my favorites. Every parent I know loves Bluey, A says. MMO says Bluey is awesome. Yeah, I'm not a parent. I have no children, just the children of my school. And that's enough for the captain. That's enough for the captain at this moment in time. All right, so test simple add swap. All right, so need to add in a couple different types of items here. So we're gonna add in an S chest here. Chest is gonna have three rows, 2 columns, and then we'll add in a mock item. This will be our shield. Mock inventory shield. It'll be 2 by 2, just so we can like set up some maybe not interesting, but some more options here. Format that. Toak says, very smart, Cap. Well, thank you. I do my best. Moona says, Ace, what about Bablarna? Bablarna. I don't know how to pronounce it. Every parent I know hates them. I've never heard of Bablarna, but I'm not a parent. I am not a parent. One thing that we should test actually is trying to add in a out of bounds real quick. So let's write another. All right, I'm sorry, Dramox. I'm gonna write 2 more tests. Test add out of bounds, like that. Okay, so we'll get this inventory like this, and we'll try and add some stuff out of bounds. This should be false. If we try and add it at a negative index, that should just return false. If we try and do out of bounds, so in the bottom left corner, so if we go to 3, 9, this is too big, it should return false. And then this should also be, if I go 4, 0, and one more, we'll do 0, 10. Okay, we'll give that a shot here. A says, oh God, the actual Swedish made kid stuff is usually awful. It's condescending and nonsense. Interesting. Drama says, you are a parent, Captain. We are all your children. That's right. What, crew and children. Those are synonymous here in Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome, children, to Captain Coder's Academy. Miko says, are you thinking of having kids in your future? As of right now, no. I have no intention to have children of my own in the future. At this point, I have no intention of producing human beings. I don't think it's my cup of tea. A says, yeah, I'm in Stockholm. Awesome. Muniz, I remember you mentioning that before, so I just had to bring up Bablerna. We do have a failure here. This is surprising that we fail. On line 54. It's not returning false, or we're getting an exception. Try set item is occupied. Let's see if we can follow this stack trace real quick. Line 54, and then goes to line 76, and that goes here. Line 54. Line 76. My thought is this must be producing some kind of out of bounds. Let's look at is occupied. Yeah, is occupied. We need to make sure it's within the bounds first too. All right, so I'm glad I wrote this test because I was not smart enough. So position.row is less than 0, or position.column is less than 0, or position.row is greater than grid size dot row greater than or equal to, or position.col is greater than or equal to grid size dot columns. Return false. Otherwise, we return this. Okay. Let's see if this is organizable a little bit better here. Return false like that. If I format that, okay, the formatter's happy. Ace says, Swedish-made kids entertainment seem to take the idea of baby talk and then turn it into a whole TV shows. Gotcha. Muna says, well, that is lately. 30 years ago, you had Skirt and Bjorns, but kid shows these days are terrible. Interesting. Ace says, yeah, fair. I'm only new here. Right, says, I really just want one kid. Gotcha. Bigo says, if chat, for each chat member, as chat member, print student. Yes, exactly. Student. Ace says, my brain knows I shouldn't have kids, but that never seems to make my fovery shut up. Gotcha. It happens. Look, people can want kids if they want kids, and people can, if they don't want kids, that's okay too. We're still failing. Why are we failing? Runtime method. Am I getting index out of bounds? I'm getting an index out of bounds still. Line 93. Try set item here. Oh, it's because if I do an is occupied, I also need to make sure that these are all in bounds. In bounds actually is occupied. All right, so what I'm gonna do is in my is occupied. I'm actually, oh, this is interesting. If it's out of bounds. All right, so I need to write a method here called private bool is in bounds, position, and it returns this thing. So like that. And it's if I'm not this. So if I'm not out of bounds, I'm in bounds. So this is checking inbounds. So I'm returning if I'm not in that. So if is in bounds. So if I is not in bounds position, that means it's not occupied. But that I still need to be able to, or should I just return true that it's maybe is occupied should throw an exception if I'm out of bounds. I don't know here. Mooniz, are people saying can decide themselves if they want? That's right, Mooniz. People should be able to decide themselves if they want children. H. Mendoza, welcome back. H. Mendoza says, good morning, Captain Crew. Good morning, H. Mendoza. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Welcome back. So nice to see you. How are you? Blako says, you should definitely have kids so you can teach them coding and become great programmers. That's why I'm a teacher. I've always wanted to work at a school. I have this like idea of like teaching kids in 3rd grade, like 7-year-olds, how to start programming. I think that'd be a good job for me. I am very, very happy with our amount though. Ages 10 to 14, awesome age group. Mooney says, I don't think telling people to do something they themselves decide not to do is a good approach. He's already teaching lots of kids how to program. Exactly. Biko just said, it's just like my opinion, man. That's right, Biko, you can have an opinion, but just be careful. HT Kage, welcome aboard. It's so nice to have you here. Biko says, why would I tell someone to do anything? I just give my opinions. Don't worry, Biko, there's no offense there. You were saying you should definitely have kids. So I could see how someone might think that's you telling me to do something. And not necessarily just an opinion, because you didn't say, in my opinion, you should have kids. You said you should definitely do it, which is like, so I can see how someone might be confused by that. No worries, though. No worries. But HG Kage, welcome back, my friend. So happy to have you here again with the crew. If you didn't know it, folks, HT Kage is also a streamer. You gotta give him a follow. Give them a follow, folks. Hit that love button. Go check them out. I think I've been to your stream, HT. I don't know if I think it might not be like a particularly convenient time, but go check it out. H. Mendoza is Captain, the nicest person on Twitch, or what? Look. I don't want to say I'm the nicest person on Twitch, but I have been to some streams where there are some. I will say there are some not so nice people on Twitch. I'm trying to foster an environment of love and wholesomeness and growing and coding and learning together. All right, so we're going to try to get the items if we is not in bounds. All right. So not just if it's not occupied, we're say if is in bounds. So if we're not in bounds, we return false. All right. Otherwise, I don't think we're actually going to check for that here. Is occupied. You should only call this on a legal space. All right, so I'm gonna keep the assertion that you throw an exception here. When you go to try to get an item at, we're gonna check both of these things. If we're not in bounds, we return false and try remove item at as well. Try set item at. We'll first say if we're not in bounds, return false. You have to be in bounds to set it there. When in fact, all of your positions need to be, this shouldn't be is valid. So if it is occupied, or is, we got to put this here. This one's tricky. There's a little tricky there. If we are not in bounds, is occupied, hang on, P plus top left. So if it is not in bounds, is, we're gonna say is set a bool. It, can set. We're gonna just call this can set here. Master Cat says, hi, thanks for suggesting, but with all due respect, I don't know you well enough to have kids. That's fair. Let's stay on topic, folks. I'm sorry things have gone off a little bit here. Bigo says, I don't write in my own after every sentence, but just understand that's in all my opinions. Fair enough, fair enough. Moon says, poor Kage, but I heard from Kepsert, that you are a legendary level designer. Bigo says, it's all right, no worries. We can leave that subject. Yeah, thank you, Muniz. Yeah, folks, no worries. So we want to, if things get a little bit heated, let's not worry about it. I don't even feel like it got heated, folks. I'm sorry if it felt heated to anyone. We're just here to have a good time. No worries, no worries. Okay. What do we got here? Is in bounds. Remove item at this. I actually think removing should require to have a legal position. It's only when we're trying to set an item if a part of it is out of bounds, because this position should be part of the inbounds. Master Chaos says, anyway, what's popping? What's popping? What's pippity popping? It's popping along, Master Chaos. How are you? We are working on an inventory system. We got 5 days to do it. I didn't stream on Monday. Can't stream on Friday. So we're working on an inventory system, grid-based inventory system. Someone on the Discord suggested it, folks. HD Cog says, give me your Vania energy. That's right, folks. Moon is making that Moonvania. We're working on a grid-based inventory, and I'm implementing all of the logic of it now. So we have a test. We wrote a test, and our test, it actually caught a little bug for us that we didn't anticipate. Test add out of bounds. And so we shouldn't be able to set an item at a position where the item goes out of bounds. Where the item goes out of bounds. We're just doing that. Art says, it is a very sunny day today with snow on the ground, so I have to go outside for a snow run. For how much longer will you stream, Captain? I will be going for probably another hour-ish. We're gonna take one more break, do that. We'll do a little stretching. I would like to see if we can finish all these. If we get through number 3, I'll be done on that. So maybe an hour, but probably won't be here when you get back, Art. As always, thank you for being here. Have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Keep coding, keep growing. Good luck with your project, and you are welcome back anytime, Art. Thank you so much for popping in. Absolutely appreciate you being here. Let's see, does this fix the test? Does this fix the test? Because this position should be this one should be definitely something within the grid itself. So this shouldn't actually be legal at all. So we're gonna not assert that one. These ones shouldn't be legal, but these ones should end up out of bounds. Although we can put this in here for the edge case here. Guys, thank you, but could you tell me about your progress so far today? I'm curious. Yeah, great question. So yesterday, we defined our scope. So we have a little blog here. So far today, what are we working on? I'm almost done with this. We want to actually implement our grid system today. So we're implementing all of the logic today. I'm getting very, very close to having that done. Sorry, I'm jumping around screens all over the place. We wrote a test for our simple inventory. We can remove the dagger to it. This is all working as expected. So adding the item and removing items to the grid work for simple cases. So this is only testing this very, very simple add and remove. And right now we just wrote we found a bug here that if we try to add the item outside of the bounds, it was not working as anticipated. We're getting out of bounds exceptions essentially. So we fixed that just now. And the last thing to do is make it, we have one implementation left, set item at, and this is the one in which we can actually swap it. If there's an item, a single item within that space, it swaps it with that item. So that's what we're doing next. So we're quite close to having this done. And if we finish this, then we're ready to move into Unity, I believe, and start working on the UI. So the first day was setting up the project. Today is getting the logic. And then hopefully the next 3 days will be completely dedicated to making the UI very nice. I I hope that answered your question, Art. Master Chaos says, oh, I remember. That's cool. I haven't really made an inventory system with different size item, but I think you're doing good. Thank you, Master Chaos. That's the goal. That's the goal. All right, Art says, neat. Looking forward to seeing it. Me too, my friend. I hope to have something to show off quite soon. You're welcome for the report. Have yourself a beautiful day, Art. And I hope to catch your stream later if you're going to stream today. All right, we're going to set an item at... Okay, so let's write this test real quick. So we have a couple different types of items now. All right, so I'm going to create another, it's same type of inventory. We're going to add several items to it and then see if we can add additional items in that will like cause them to shift around. So inventory dot set try set item app. We're going to add in the top left here. New 0 0. Add our dagger at the top left, and we'll just do an assert true on this. That's fine. We were confident that this will work because of what we had previously. But let's add in multiple items now. Assert true. Inventory dot try set item app. We're gonna see if we can set. We're gonna swap in here. We're gonna set a chest piece now, and it should overlap. So we're gonna do mock out mock inventory item removed item. This should swap with the dagger if it's working properly. Okay, so at this point we should be able to assert equal that the removed that the removed item is the dagger here. And we also want to assert that we only have one thing in there. Master Chaos says, yesterday decided dust off my doc I call Unity Architecture Insights. Ooh, where I keep all my thoughts about game dev. And guess what? I found almost everything I've written previously is garbage. Bummer. Hopefully there were some things there that you could use. If you find anything of use there, Master, I'd love to see it. Feel free to share it on the Discord. I created a new channel on the Discord called Resources for where we can have sort of posted things, and I like it because you can search for stuff here. So if we get all of the nice resources, if you find anything actually useful, feel free to post it there. I'd appreciate that. But no pressure. If you don't want to join the Discord, that's fine. If you're not there, no biggie. But we do have a Discord, folks. If you want to ask questions, suggest projects, that's the place to do it. All right, so this should swap it. And then after swapping, we should still only have one inventory.items should still only have one thing in it. And that one thing... Right, he says, okay, it's that time. Thanks for the morning. Have a great stream. I will. I'm going to have a great stream, folks. A great stream, Risey. As always, have yourself a beautiful day. Keep coding, keep growing, and you're welcome back anytime, right, AZ? Folks, the magnificent, the marvelous, right, AZ? Give them some love. Go check out that beautiful pixel art, that awesomeness there. If you're not following, you're going to be missing out on that beautiful pixel arts. Yeah, so please do. And if I'm pronouncing Ryazi, is it Ryazi? Is Ryazi correct? Anyway, have yourself a beautiful day. Test simple add swap. All right, so we should only have one thing in it. It's close enough. All right, close enough. And then we're gonna assert that it contains a new inventory grid dot of mock inventory items dot grid slot. This is going to be our S chest. Oh, no, position top left, 0, 0, S chest and inventory. And we should assert that it is the inventory.items.first. Should be the only thing in there. Should be able to pull that out. What is this complaining about? Returns the first element of the sequence. What's the error though? Cannot convert from mock inventory to inventory.mock inventory. Items. Hang on. Items. Oh, contains. I did a contains. Duh. Volta. I want to welcome you. I said, Volta, I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. I appreciate the follow, my friend. And welcome to the Academy where we are learning to code and grow. And I hope you enjoy your stay with us on this streaming show. Volta, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I am Captain Coder. I am a computer science educator, computer science programming teacher. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, be sure to ask. Do not hesitate. They're encourage you to ask them. Also, backseat coding is highly encouraged here. That's how we learn stuff. I've learned so much from people saying, hey, why don't you do it this way? I want to know that. So please, please, please do not hesitate to backseat code and welcome aboard. Let's see here. Suni, so nice to see you, my friend. Welcome back. I didn't see you come into the stream. So nice to see you here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you be. Razy says, sorry my game dev isn't as good as my pixel art. I'll name the Tamagotchi I'm working on disappointment for the day. Gotcha. Master K says, nah, I'm gonna rewrite it completely. I already know what topics need to be discussed in the new version, but it turns out I myself don't know all the things that need to be written down. Also, it turns out there's a lot of stuff that needs to be addressed. Gotcha. 16 topics. That's a lot. Right? It says, literally also learned so much. I always ask chat for math help. Yes, I love streaming and coding at the same time. I learn so much. I get to engage with people. It's super fun. Delicious. So we should have one thing in here. It should be our chest piece. It should be at this position. Okay, so now I'm going to add in the dagger into a spot that's adjacent. So then we're going to assert .true inventory .try set item at. This is row 0, column 2. So our chest piece takes up 2 slots here. Try set item at. This is our position. And we're going to try and set the dagger in there again. Okay. So we're going to take the dagger, we're going to put it into the slot next to it. It's a little hard to visualize here without a drawing. But essentially we have like armor. It sort of looks like this. Armor, blank, blank. And then dagger like this. All right. So the test that I'm going to do next is if I put the shield, which is a 2x2, in this position. So it's going to try and occupy that. It shouldn't let me do that. You can swap if it's a single thing that you're trying to cover, but not if you have multiple things. So this is sort of the shape we have here. Master K says, hopefully when I finish it, I will know enough to pass Unity certification. I didn't even know there was a Unity certification. That's cool. Which one are you applying for? Good question, Elite Stormstrike. Good question. I didn't know there was a Unity certification. That sounds interesting. Really neat. Look, I'm a simpleton. I'm new to Unity. I'm pretty new to Unity. I've only seriously been using it for about 3 months, beginning of January, a little bit for the end of December. Elite says, I passed the one for Game Developer Associated. Cool. The expert certification someday. Gotcha. That's fascinating. I got to look into that. That sounds really, really cool. Okay. At this point, this is position row 0, column 1. So we're going to try and add that in there. So we should get an assert false, not fail, assert false inventory.try set item at 0, 1. And then the item we're gonna try and put in there, try set item. What is it? Try set item at 01 S shield. And then we're gonna do an out mock inventory item removed item. It's probably gonna yell at me saying this is already declared like this. And then, so this should be false. It shouldn't be able to add it in there. And now we still want to assert that we have not a single thing. We should have two things in here. Assert, is there an assert count? Assert equal to inventory items dot count. And those two items should be this item here. I'm gonna extract this out. This is gonna be a var chest slot. So this should be our chest slot like that. And then we're gonna make another one for our dagger. All right, so we're gonna assert that have two, and then this is gonna be our dagger slot. Okay, and then this is gonna be in position 02. That's where we put our dagger. Triset item 02, and this should have our dagger in it. And so we want to assert that we contain both of those items. So then we're gonna assert dot contains our chest slot, and this is our inventory dot items. And then we also want to assert that our dagger slot is there. So if we have two things and we check that both of them exist, we should be good to go on that. So we should be able to put an item in and have it swap out the item. Okay, so I think this is essentially our test. Onisai says, I love that you ran tests for your code. I never see anyone do that anymore. You'd be surprised how many people get grumpy that I write tests. But this is like helping me reason and logic through it here. It's harder to test some UI stuff, and that's why I've separated out my logic for my inventory system. Keep them separate. You got to keep it separated, right? Toak says, I don't to test units. I don't to test units. I don't quite understand the question there, but you're saying you don't do unit tests? You test, but you don't do unit test. Is that right? So you test. I don't to test units. If you could clarify that for us, but I think you're trying to say is that you do testing, but not unit testing. Is that right? Okay. So this should fail because I haven't actually implemented this method yet. I hate that this test output is doing that to me, but we do have one failed, and I don't know why I'm doing it that way. I actually have, look, folks, I should do it this way. I have an IDE here. I don't need to be running my test from the console. Oh, it's because when I click run test, it runs it in the console. That's what it is. Toak says, again, I do get grumpy. Don't do test units. Wasted time that can be used to add more features. Maybe, but if your feature has a bug, how do you, so sometimes you might say, okay, well, if I have a bug, then I write a test. That's fair. I think some people do think it's wasted time. I have found in my experience, and this is just like my opinion, I have found that writing tests makes me save time in the long run, especially if I need to refactor something later. So it's nice to have this security of, oh, this works the way I expected. And it's not like the tests are massive. I'd be writing this code somewhere anyway. And so now I have like this sort of, logical thought that I've thought through how this test works. But that's, like I said, just like my opinion, man. It's just like my opinion. All right, so we failed this test, and that makes sense. So let's see if we can write this implementation. In fact, my tests have already caught a bug that I wouldn't have found otherwise until later. Shadi says, if you have complex backend mechanics, unit tests aren't bad, but I agree that for game dev, you iterate so much that it's impossible to keep rebuilding the test until you reach a stage where the game is being done. That is why I'm saying specifically, I'm testing the logic for this inventory system. This specific inventory system feels, well-defined. If you have something that's well-defined, you can write a unit test. If you don't have something that's well-defined, it's much harder to write a unit test. But if there's things that are concrete about it, and play tests are much harder. Like, how do you test? Does it feel right? How do you test? Like, oh, well, I need to change how this mechanic works. It's harder to write that test. That said, it comes down to what. It comes down to what you can and cannot test. Grandma's boo, unit test, boo. Master Chaos says, as far as I understood, for expert certification, they were looking for more of an overarching stuff, ability to build and maintain large code bases, optimizing workflows and pipelines, ability to plan projects, deciding what editor extensions need to be built, and so on. That sounds fascinating. That sounds fascinating. So trying to set an item at first, we're going to detect if there's no, if there is, if we can just set the item, we do. So here's sort of my lazy version is to say, if try set item at top left, item, just return true. We were able to set it there and removed item equals null. All right. So this means that nothing was in the way. We were happy to do it and we just returned true. Otherwise, if this returned false, we need to check, okay, is there exactly one item occupying those cells? Is there exactly one item occupying those cells? Okay, so there's a tricky bit here where we're kind of saying, okay, I'm gonna loop through all of the cells in my item and check, is there an item here? And if there's a single item, I'm okay with that. But if there's multiple items, I'm not okay with that. And so the first thought I have is, well, a hash set. A hash set might be a good way to do that. But yeah, I think a hash set's the way to do it. You check that you loop through and you save them all to make sure that they're not there. So we're gonna do a hash set of T found. Oh no, we're at 90 minutes, folks. We are at 90 minutes. You know, we gotta take a break. We gotta take a break. I can't believe it. Can't believe we're at 90 minutes already. All right. Let me see if I can finish this real quick. Position, oh, we're not setting this up for each spot in this. We're gonna say if is occupied in grid. Okay, so if it is not occupied, if it's not occupied, we don't care, and we continue. Go to the next slide. All right. Otherwise, if it is occupied, we'll be down here. We're gonna say, okay, well, if we do found dot add the item here. We're gonna add this item here. So this means there's something there, and we know there's something there because it is occupied, and we add it in, and then we're gonna say if found dot count is greater than 1, return false. We can't do anything if it's greater than 1. Okay. Does that make sense? All right. So this is the first part here of checking whether or not there's only one thing in here. So this checks if there is exactly one item occupying the space. If so, we can remove that item and then do the try set item again. Okay, folks, we're gonna give this a shot. I gotta take a break. We will be back momentarily. When we get back, we're gonna do some blood flow exercise. We're gonna do a little bit of stretching. We're gonna do a little bit of calisthenics. We're gonna do a little bit of cardio, a little bit of everything. Get that blood flowing, get that blood pumping. Get your roommate, get your cousin, get your uncle, get them all ready to go. And when I get back, we're gonna do it. I'm gonna boil up some water. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, the amount of time it takes me to boil. And do not go away. Do not go away. We got a lot coming up, folks. All right, everybody, thank you so much for hanging tight with me. Hanging on there. I appreciate you. Captain's back. It's time for stretching. You know what that means. It's time to take care of ourselves. The captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you got to take care of your body. And well, my tea steeps, I have this cup here with scalding hot boiling water. Elite Stompa, so nice to see you. I got this delicious Earl Grey tea steeping. And while that steeps, let's go and get some stretching in, everybody. Everyone up. Get on up. Get on up with the captain. We're gonna do some stretches. We're gonna do some a little bit of blood flow. Get our blood moving. If you're like me, if you're some kind of programming video game troll, you get all these RSIs, repeated stress injuries. You're putting this stress on your body, and you don't even realize it. So get on up with me. We're gonna do some stretches. We're gonna stretch out our forearms a little bit. If you're like the captain, you're typing all the time, you're gonna get some. You could end up with the carpal tunnel syndrome. I got carpal tunnel syndrome on my right side here, folks. Not on my left side, just on my right side. And to help with that, to help prevent it, we got to stretch those forearms just a little bit. If you feel any pain in your wrist, in your forearm, anywhere, stop. You do not want any pain, but we're gonna just add a little bit of tension. Put palms together. Just bring them down until you feel a little bit of tension here and here. And bring it down. If you're still not feeling tension, you can also push it out this way. Oh, yeah. We're going to hold that for 25 seconds, folks. Hold it. Oh, doesn't it feel good? It feels lovely. I love this. If it hurts, you're doing it too hard, relax it a little bit. It shouldn't hurt in the wrist or in the forearm or anywhere for that matter. Should not hurt at all. Oh, 10 more seconds, folks. Hold it tight with me. Keep that tension going. Oh, I hope this gets your blood flowing. It's getting my blood flowing. Oh, this is one of my favorite stretches. This forearm stretch is awesome. Bring it back up. Roll it out. Roll those wrists out. Clockwise, counterclockwise. Just give it a nice little stretch out there. Roll it out. All right, we're going to go do the anti version of it. We're stretch across the top. Take those fingertips, point them down. Moon is instructions unclear. My foot's in the microwave. Quick, Moon is don't turn the microwave off. Take the foot out. Remove the foot from the microwave, and then take your arm, straighten it out. Do not lock the elbow though. You want to keep that blood flowing. Palm down. Grab those fingertips and pull towards you. If it hurts in the wrist, it should not hurt. Should not hurt. You're feeling the tension across top. As soon as you feel a little bit of tension, go ahead and stop and hold it right there, and just let that tension stretch out a little bit. Oh yeah. We're gonna hold this for 20 seconds, folks. And I hope you're doing this with me. You in the back. Dramulks, I trust you're doing this with us, Dramulks. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you doing these stretches. They're good for you. Get your whole family doing 5 more seconds, folks. If you're at work, I hope you're doing these in your course. What are you doing? Be like, I'm taking care of myself. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. Switch to the other side. Take those fingers, point them down, pull down. Keep that arm straight, but not locked. Do not lock that elbow. You want to keep it straight, but not locked. Keep that blood flowing. We're just going to hold this for 20 more seconds. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Should feel good. Kool-Aid Man style. Oh, yeah. If it hurts, that's an oh, no. You want it to feel lovely. Take care of yourself. Take care of your body. The captain loves you, and you should love you too. 5 more seconds, folks. Just hold it, hold it, hold it. And roll out that wrist. Roll out that wrist. All right. We're gonna get the blood flowing here a little bit more. We're gonna do a little bit of jog in place. If you don't want to jog in place, that's fine too. Just maybe just do some little punches. Little punches. Get that blood flowing. Get that up. If you're sitting around sedentary lifestyle like me, it's good to get up every 60 minutes, 2 hours time. So we sort of find the happy middle ground every 90 minutes here on the stream. We try and take a little break. Take care of ourselves. Let's hold this. 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds, folks. Just keep it going. Nice little punches. Nice little punches. Keep those feet moving. Keep those feet moving. Train yourself up. 5 more seconds, folks. I believe in you. You can hold it. You can hold it. Oh, yeah. Relax. Relax. Shake it out. Shake it out. Do a little neck stretch here. Take your head, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. As soon as you feel any tension right here, go ahead and hold it there. You don't want to go too far. You don't want to hurt yourself. You don't want to crane your neck. Just take that there. Try and get that ear to touch your shoulder. If it doesn't touch the shoulders, the moment you feel tension, go ahead and pause right there and hold it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're going to hold this 10 more seconds, folks. Then we'll switch to the other side. 5 more seconds. Love yourself. Love your body. Take care of yourself. All right. Go ahead and roll out that neck a little bit. Roll it out. Oh, yeah. Now we can go to the other side. Take that hand. Go ahead and lean that head over. As soon as you get any tension in the neck there, go ahead and stop. And just, shouldn't hurt. It shouldn't hurt. It shouldn't be stressful. Just a little bit of tension to get that stretching. Oh, yeah. I'm going to hold this here, folks. 15 more seconds. Just hold it. Stretch that body out. Take care of yourself. The captain loves you. And you should love you. I know I say that a lot, but it's true. I appreciate you being here, taking care of yourself, coding with me, learning something new every day here. All right, and then roll it out. Roll it out. Oh yeah. And we're going to hop back in here. And for joining me in those stretches, you know what you get? You deserve more than I can give you. But I know you were there. I know you're here joining me in those stretches. 50 points to all of you. Thank you so much for being here, all 28 of you. Captain loves you. We appreciate you. And we're going to hop back in. Let's get a little zoom in here. I'm a little zoomed out. Let's zoom in on the captain here. But yeah, happy Wednesday, everybody. We're going to hop back in. We're almost done writing this test. We're going to go for another 30-ish minutes, I think. And then I got to hop off, get ready for work today. So first, we're going to check if there's exactly one item occupying this space. All right. So I'm going to do we got to reset that break timer. Reset break. All right. We're back at it. I think I want to abstract this out. So it reads a little better. So we're going to private bool contains or intersects with less with what is it? Would it be intersects with one or fewer? Okay. So this is going to be our item position, top left T item. Okay, so this is going to be intersects with the position here. And essentially, it's just going to do this. And we'll return true if we get here. All right, so just so that it reads a little better, we're going to say if intersects with one or fewer, top left item. All right, so if we do not intersect with one or fewer, we're going to return false. So this is saying that we cannot put this here because there's more than one item. This one, it says no items occupy this space, and we just do it. Master Chaos says that neck stretch was a good one. I think I slept wrong and heard it a bit. The stretch really helped. I am so happy to hear that. I am so happy to hear it helped out there. Helps me too a lot of times. I tend to do like some weird stuff in my sleep as well. And so that one is often very, very nice, very, very helpful. All right, so this one's no items occupy this space. This one is checks if exactly one item occupies space. So if more than one item occupies the space, return false. And then finally, we get here, exactly one item occupies the space. Okay, and in this case, it's actually this the found item here. So I'm gonna have a little out thing here, out t found. Okay, so out t found is gonna get a found item. Is gonna return to us. So found item equals null. Moon says we need someone to follow the cat around while he's sleeping so we can see what weird stuff he does and document. I talk in my sleep, and it's been a long time, but I used to walk around in my sleep. So I've actually so I used to walk around, have a little bit of walking around stuff. I do talk in my sleep. My partner, she was saying I was singing in my sleep the other day about she records it sometime. I don't think this one was recorded. I think she was awake when it happened, but I was singing a song about, I was like, lettuce and tomato, put it on a sandwich, maybe with some bacon. Apparently I was singing a song about lettuce and tomato and bacon on a sandwich in my sleep. Lance says, well, home safe. Radhose blew half a block from house. Oof, rough. I'm glad you're home and safe. I'm glad you're home and safe now. But this is gonna be an out T item to remove. Okay, so this is the item that was found there. And so if we find it, the first time we find the item, we're gonna say found item equals, look at, no, we can't quite do that. Yeah. So the found item, I thought I had a secret. It's actually going to be our grid at ingrid.row, ingrid.column, and we know for sure it's a thing. And we're going to add that found item. All right. And then we check if it's false. And then down here, essentially we get set here. We know that there is something there, one or fewer. Can we guarantee that this is going to have a found item? Biko says, that's funny. I know, it's hilarious. She likes to share with me all the weird things I say in my sleep. Since our item remove, I think we can sort of guarantee it's not false. Do I need to have this? I think I can do this. And we're going to say it's set null like this, but that's because we're not going to find one. And we go through each one. So we know we only call this if for sure it's occupied. Okay, so it should be impossible. Debug.assert found item is not equal to null. Otherwise, impossible state detected. Should not call intersects with one or fewer. Intersects with one. I'm gonna rename it intersects with one, not fewer. Should not call unless it is known that at least one item exists. All right, so we're gonna say here, that found item cannot be null here. Let's introduce this diagnostics tool here. All right, so this is an impossible state to be in. This should never, ever happen. So we're gonna put this in as an assert here in our private method. All right, so this is not a null, so we know for sure it's gonna be set. If this was true, this thing is guaranteed to be non-null. Okay. Mooney says, during a LAN, me and a friend had at my place in my teens. During a LAN, me and a friend had at my place in my teens. I went to sleep before him, and about 30 minutes after I fell asleep, I sat up real quick in bed, staring at him for 30 seconds and say a very deep voice, "Watch out for the street side." Then I just laid down and continued to sleep. Yeah, I've been known to do weird things like that. I've been known to do weird things like that. Mike Birbiglia is one of my favorite comedians, and he has a story. He has like night terrors, I guess. So he gets up and walks around. He actually jumped out of a second story window in his sleep. And this is the craziest story ever. Jumped through a window, breaking the window while he was asleep, and like woke up with like shattered glass and stuff around him. Craziest story. Crazy story. Mike Birbiglia, stand-up comedian. What a wild story. If it's true, I think it's true. I think it's in the news. Anyway, I've never done that. I've fallen downstairs in my sleep. Todd Makes Games, that was the hotel window story, right? Yes, that's the hotel window story, Mike Birbiglia. Like, crazy story. Okay, so right here, Elite Stomper says, hey, I sent a new one for you. Awesome. I'll check it out momentarily, Elite Stomper. Well, actually, I don't mind taking a look right now. Elite Stompers working on putting a UI together for that I'm going to use here. So thank you so much for that. So let me ask you a question, Elite Stomper. Would it be possible to get this square part separate from this part and like have two windows, one with this and one with this, and I can like line them up side by side? That would be super cool. Or even this one down here. Looking nice, my friend, looking nice. Because the idea is this is going to be my grid here. And then later on, if I have time, I'm going to add this. And it's in the dungeon crawler, absolutely going to add this. This looks great. This looks awesome. Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Let me move this off to the side real quick. Okay, so if we get here, exactly one item occupies the space here. So in this case, we know it is this item to remove. And so what we want to do is try remove item at, and this is the top left position. So we're gonna get position to remove top left is gonna be in our dictionary, item lookup, item to remove. We know for sure it's gonna be this one. So we're going to remove that item to remove here, to remove top left. And so we should do a debug.assert that we were able to remove it here. Out ignore. Can I just do that? Yeah. So we're going to assert that we're actually able to remove it. If this is false here, it said impossible state, item could not be removed. This should not be possible. Like that. So when we try to remove that item, we should absolutely do it. And then after that item's been removed, we should be able to add our item into that position. So then we'll just do try set item again. Try. The out item is removed item. This is the thing we're removing. So this will effectively set the removed thing properly for us, or should. This should remove it. We get the position. Yeah. So this should do it. At least someone says 2 separate windows or just one a divider between the sections. I think 2 separate windows is what I'd go for. So specifically, it would be nice to have just this box here as a window, and then this as a separate window. And so it'd be nice to be able to have them like side by side based on your screen size or something along those lines. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, this is fine too. I could use this. This would be fine. What I find is this white space up here is a little much. I would like to be able to resize this. So I'm planning to use a slicing tool to say, well, make this resize based on the actual, you could specify the grid as 5x6, and then this would grow to that size. And so if I have this as a separate window, I don't have to worry about occupying the full space here. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, feel free to ask for a clarifying question. I'll do my best to answer you. But Elite Stomper, for your contributions, my friend, thank you so much for your help. We got to give you some points for all of the help. You're amazing, my friend. 50 points to you. 50 points to you, Elite Stomper, for volunteering. I didn't even have to ask. Just Elite Stomper's like, hey, can I make this thing? I'm absolutely love to see it. Love to have it. All right, so this tri-set item shouldn't be possible here. Okay. And after it's been removed, we should be able to try set item at top left item again. And this, we should also debug.assert. This should be true as well. Item could not be added. This should not be possible. And then return true. Oh, these get like removed. Assertions get removed at compile time, don't they? So instead, I'll do this. Bool was added. And then this one will be was removed. Bool was removed. Was removed like that. Okay, it should all be full. Elise says, well, the reason I did it like this is that you can drag inventory items to the character and check if it raises the armor or durability of the character. Gotcha. We should be able to do that. Oh, you're just saying like there'll be some stuff inside of this that provides that information. Is that right? Oh, gotcha. There's for some sliders here. Would it be possible to instead have those? That's an interesting idea. I think I still want this to be a separate window. Maybe the stats, would it be possible to have them sort of underneath? I see here that I have too much space, I think, for the like legs and feet. I think I see what you're saying though. So in this particular layout, this is kind of long. And so that might be a challenge to make this all that information fit. But yeah, I understand what you're saying there. I wonder if there's a better design layout for this portion here. Maybe I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. But I love it. I love the effort, my friend. I appreciate you. Todd Makes Games has followed. Todd Makes Games is here. Todd Makes Games, I welcome you to the crew. Todd Makes Games is here now. Todd Makes Games is all a part of the crew. My friend, I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Todd Makes Games, thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry, that song was not as good as I had, in my mind, that song was so much better. Everyone for having to suffer through a song that wasn't the best. Todd, I'm so sorry that your song wasn't better. Everyone gets 50 points. I'm so sorry that song wasn't better. Lance says, regarding the earlier testing discussion, I think unit testing is a great thing. I keep forgetting to do it. I find the lack of testing tends to result in more bugs that I have to fix later. Yeah, so you often don't think through the whole problem ahead of time. That said, there are certain things that are just, if you're not sure what the requirements are, it's not testable. Or very, very hard to test, and your test will keep changing. Elite Summer says, that's what we had talked about, Kevin. Just let me know, man. Happy to remake or whatever, ever, no worries. So I think what would be great, and maybe usable, I love these boxes. I think it's great. What would maybe be best is from a design standpoint, from being able to add them in, would be to separate these all out into different sprites or different. So this box here would sort of be a reusable box where I'm able to slice it by the corner. So just like this box by itself, and then one of these as a box by itself. And then I can, on the UI, take that box and just put it in there as a spot where you can put things. And then have this outer box as well with this different inner color. Does that kind of make sense? So like from a component standpoint, having this outer box would be awesome. And then you just sort of can drop these things in as necessary. And it doesn't have to be all set up and hard drawn initially. Instead, it's a componentable thing. Says like, oh, well, if I decide to have a slot here, I just put a slot there and I scale this image up to match. And we set the image up to be sliceable so that the inside scales and the outside doesn't. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. I think from a component standpoint, that would be the most versatile thing to do. Okay, so I think that, let's see if we pass our test. It looks like I have a compilation error. Do I? What's this red thing saying? Right here. Oh, semicolon missing. Thank you for the compilation error. All right, let's see. Does this test pass? Will it pass? Will it pass? Will it pass? Will it pass? We'll find out in a moment. Let's see here. Builds, compiles, and we passed. Okay, so this gives me confidence. It doesn't say my program works perfectly, but it gives me confidence that this works the way I thought it, that I want it to. It works the way as it is intended to. It doesn't mean that it's 100% bug-free. It just gives me confidence that it is in fact working. And so I'm quite happy with this. Let's run all of our tests together now. So let's load up all of our tests. Let's see if changing that implementation broke anything. And then we can move forward. We're going to start implementing a couple scriptable objects. I think we have time to do a couple scriptable objects. Write a little adapter for it. So let's test all of these. Let's see if our tests pass here. And then we'll do a compile difficult build. Test constructor. What's going on with that? Oh, because test constructor is these four. So this actually expanded to several tests. Beautiful. All right, so our tests are passing. Let's commit this. So we've updated, I changed position a little bit. Do any of my other tests fail? We'll run all of the tests, including these other ones, just to make sure. See if we have any failing tests. We shouldn't because, yeah, so everything's passing. I'm happy with that. Okay, let's go ahead and do a commit on this chunk here. So this is my core. So feature, implement, inventory, add simple inventory grid and tests. Awesome. We're gonna sync that up. Let's build this. And so there's a little thing we're gonna have to do in our Unity project to get it to be scriptable objects, make them work that way. But we can do a bash build here. This is gonna generate our DLL files and add them to Unity for us. We have some warnings. What are these warnings? Hang on. Oh, I changed this here. Dramux, that's right. That's right. We're gonna move forward. I don't know how to do. I don't know how to cref on a generic type. Let's go look here. XML documentation cref on generic. How to reference generic class in XML. T. Okay, so I can't. This needs to be of type T here. Okay, perfect. So let's do a search here. Search and replace. This isn't going to be quite for anytime we see it in double quotes. We're going to do simple inventory grid of type T. And we'll replace all of those. We had some more warnings because we replaced this. So similar, we need to do a search for that and add a T here. Okay. Do we have other problems? What are the other problems? This one's missing it. This should be of type T. Yeah, T. Inventory grid test, make read only. Look at that. Look at this. Read only. I love public static read only. Can I not? Okay, I have to put it in the order. I love being able to get these warnings in my IDE since I'm working outside of Unity. That said, they probably, let's see, out item, this unnecessary assignment of value item. Oh, it's not used later, I'm assuming. Yeah, there we go. So clean up these things, make my code nice and clean. Removed item, hang on. Oh yeah, because removed item's not used. There we go. Let's amend our commit previously. So I want to amend this commit. Let's do a build real quick again, just to make sure all our warnings go away. And then while I'm doing that commit, we're gonna have Unity start loading up those DLLs for us. All right, so build, 0 warnings, 0 errors, happy to move forward. I'm gonna actually do an amend here, because that really should have been part of the previous commit. All right, so git status, git add, git commit dash amend. Is it amend like that? And so really it's just saying, go ahead and take that last commit. I really meant to do this in there as well. All right. And so now that one should be lined up, and let's do a push here. So I changed it. So we need a I didn't mean to push. I shouldn't have pushed previously until I was ready. I just got excited to sync it up. All right. So now we're up to date with that. Hopefully Unity's done building here. Take a little bit more time. Should be done soon. All right, there we go. Beautiful, folks. You were here, you saw it with your own 2 eyes. Maybe you got 3 eyes, maybe you got 1 eye. You saw it with your own eyes, folks. We wrote some tests. We implemented an inventory grid. We did both of these. One go, folks. Add points for being here to witness this momentous occasion. All of you, 50 points for each one of these, 100 points to everybody, folks. All 31 of you, thank you so much for being here to see this, for being here for this momentous occasion. We done did it, folks. We got it working. We got it working. That's right. That's right. Now we can move forward. Now we can move forward to doing some stuff in Unity. All right, so our inventory grid data, the idea is this should be a scriptable object, but it should also implement our iInventory grid. But we need to have a type for it. So I need to make another scriptable object type that's going to be our game item. Okay, so down here, I'm going to create another C#. This is going to be our item data. Okay, so item data is going to be our scriptable object as our example here. So this is going to be a scriptable object. Okay. And this is going to implement the inventory item interface. Okay. And to make this work a little bit more is I want to explicitly specify, so our inventory item here, we need to specify a different size. All right. So I'm going to do a public dimensions size. So we need to do this, and really we need to link this up default for now. We need to sort of link this up together. We got to link this up. I want to be able to specify the dimensions in the editor. All right, so I need to create a serialized version of dimensions. So serialized field, and I need a different dimension. So this is going to be our public dimensions, mutable dimensions. So we're going to create a type called mutable dimensions, which is going to basically mimic dimensions. Dimensions happens to be any mutable struct type. And we're going to call this our grid, or maybe we just call it size like this, but there's going to be a conflict with that name. Dramok says alternate dimensions. That's right. So what we can do though is say that, well, inventory item dot dimensions goes to, can we not do this? What is this? Explicit does not extend, does not exist. Inventory item, iInventory item, sorry. iInventory item dot dimensions. Hang on. Oh, this should be size, right? iInventory dot size. Sorry, my brain couldn't handle it. This is dimensions iInventory size. And this thing is going to go to our mutable dimensions. So this is like our Unity version of this thing. So we're going to create a struct just for that. All right. And for now, I'll do an internal one here. Internal struct mutable dimensions. And this thing just has two. It has a row, a rows and a columns. Int public int rows, public int calls. Like that. And we convert it to this. We just say new dimensions, rows calls. Like that. Size dot rows, size dot calls. And we can potentially cache this, but it doesn't matter because it's a struct. I think it doesn't matter because it's a struct. I'm not 100% sure. Like that. Okay, so but we have this multiple, why is this saying size? Inconsistent accessibility field is less accessible than item data dot size. What do you mean? Is this a real error? Public mutable. Oh, it's saying this has to be public for me to do that, I think. All right, so this should be public. Yeah, it's saying I can't have that here. And then we want to serialize. Do I need it? I'm curious. Do I actually need that there? I think I do to get it to show up in Unity. But now I have a scriptable object. All right, so let's create a, oh, and I have to, hang on, I can't quite do it. Let's create a new folder here. Create folder, item, I don't know exact items. We'll call it items here. All right, create, and I need to add a menu, which I don't quite remember how to do. Let's go look real quick at our crafting. One sec, let me get the link up here. Crafting.captaincoder.org. Let's go see what we did to do the scriptable objects. I can't remember the exact syntax here. It's this, create asset menu. All right, shrink you. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you, code. All right, and then this is gonna be a create asset menu. Item, this is gonna be our inventory slash item, like that. All right, so doing this should create a menu for us now. Here, so I can do create inventory item. We'll call this dagger. And yeah, dimensions don't show up for us, and that's because I didn't serialize this. I believe as soon as I serialize this, we should be good. Here, why do you not love me? Why is that the case? Why is that mutable dimensions? Dramulx, thank you for pointing out system.serializable. Thank you very much, Dramulx, my friend. Thank you for, I'm glad we're not doing unit tests. That means you're paying attention, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for pointing out that flaw. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. Here we go. Now our dagger has a size, and we can set this thing. HT Kagi says, I knew that. I know you knew that. And HT Kagi, because you knew that, 25 points for you. I know you didn't say it, but you knew it, and that, that can be enough sometimes because you knew it. All right, so in this case, we're gonna have, there's some validation we wanna do here. Okay, so I'm gonna do on public void, So this is on validate. When we validate this, we're gonna say assert debug.assert that we can, size dot rows greater than 0 and size dot calls greater than 0, and the assertion will be that the size must be positive. All right, there we go. What do we got here? A whale says, oh my god, after like 2 hours, I finally fixed the final bug in the game, and the solution was so simple, I feel bad, lamau. That's it. Happens. Dramos gives HT Kagi 1 point. Thank you for that. MMO says, the dad in me told me to let you figure it out on your own. I appreciate you. MMO Pug, I appreciate it. Thanks, Dad. A Whale says, well, the final bug I could find. Yeah, no bugs. No, only features, only features. Dramilk says, in response to Whale, it's how game dev goes. It happens 90% of the time. Absolutely, absolutely. We got a woe. Did a woe happen? We got a woe chain started though, folks. Can we get the woe? Can we get a woe? Oni Side says, I have to get ready for a meeting and you will probably be gone once I am off. Hope you have a great rest of your stream day and the stream has been amazing. Thank you so much, Oni Scythe. I appreciate you as always. Keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Anytime. Thank you for being here. Guess we didn't get a woe, folks. Guess we didn't get a woe. And I can't spell disapprove. Did not get a woe. You know, did not get a woe. Bump, bum, bum. Sadness overtakes us. All right, so on validate here should get us a little warning. All right, so by default, this should be 1-1. Can I not do that? Struct field initializer is not available in C#9. Oh, what a sadness. All right, so then what we can do is though by default, this is going to be a new mutable dimensions 1,1. And we'll create a constructor public mutable dimensions. Here's what we'll do. Int rows, int calls equals rows, calls equals rows, calls. Can we do that? We can. So by default, we'll just make it a 1-1 there. Let's give it a shot again. Elite Summer says, sorry, we're doing an inventory system. No worries, my friend. No worries. We're mostly joking. We're mostly joking here. So let's do 1-1. And the assert. So now if I go down here, I do get the size must be positive. So I do get a little bit of an error there. And then what we'll do here, if that's the case, hang on. We'll do an if size.rows less than 1, size.rows equals 1, and then debug.error. Can I do this? Log error. Size rows must be positive. Mows must be positive. That's right. Less than or equal less than 1. Okay. If size.calls less than 1, size.calls equals 1, debug.log error calls must be positive. There we go. Like that. Let's try it now. It should, if I try and make it negative, it changes it to positive. So I put 0 there, changes it to 1, but I can put 15, I can do 5. So the one downside is if I try and delete it, it's a little harder to put in a positive value, but that's okay. Regna says, I have a serious question, how to learn this movie to next map when mission is finished. Can you try asking that question again? I don't know what I don't understand the question. How to learn this movie to next map when mission is failed. Oh, move to the next map when the mission is failed. Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? Moving. So you want to change scene. So are you in Unity, Regnus? Are you in Unity? How to change scenes in Unity. No problem. No problem. Let's this is what you would want to learn, how to change scenes in units. It turns out to be pretty straightforward. Cheap Grams has a pretty correct answer. There's a little bit more to it than that. Yes, that will do it. But there's some stuff you should understand about switching scenes and doing it potentially asynchronously, but that's the simple way, is how to change scenes in Unity. That is what you're going to want to Google Regnus. I hope that helps. Elite Summer says, so if you have one box and are just bringing it into Unity, can't you just use the one box over and over, resizing it as you go? Exactly, Elite Stomper. That is my plan. Cheap Graham says, morning, by the way. Good morning, Cheap Grams. Thank you for being here today. I'm happy you're here, Cheap Grams. Happy to have you. I don't know how I feel about it because this kind of makes it hard to set it to like, I guess it's not that hard to set to 5. Okay. Rows 3, my dagger, rows 2, 1 columns. All right, so this is a little bit annoying to set, but I'm okay with it. I'm gonna leave that for now. I wish it didn't do it immediately after changing. For now, I'm okay with it. Yeah. Cheap Gram's been on a learning spree. That's awesome to hear. That's awesome to hear. I think you were asking questions yesterday on the Discord, right? Let me double check. Was that you? Yeah, Cheap Grams, great stuff on the Discord, my friend. I'm so happy to hear you're growing and learning and coding. It warms my heart greatly. Good. Cheap Grams, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for your journey, my friend. All right, so our inventory data grid here is going to be an I inventory grid of type item data. So it's an inventory that can store item data. And one of the things that is, let's see, what is this, Shane? Defines a grid itself. The non-generic type inventory grid cannot be used with this type. Inventory grid should be generic. Okay, so we don't have, oh, I think this just needs to get reloaded. I think this is Phantom. I think it's caught up in memory. Let's see if this still does it. Otherwise, that just means we didn't copy the new DLL over properly. But I think if I do that there, let's see if this builds. This should actually give me things saying like it's not implemented. Yeah, it's not implemented is what it's saying now. All right, so we should be able to add in an implementation. Implement interface. All right, so one thing that is, you probably find a little bit annoying about this. I find it quite annoying. The Jupiter says, this is a great project. I need something like this to write in C#. Trying to get very good at C#. Yeah. So thank you so much for the compliment. I'm loving this project. It's not too complex, but it's complex enough that I'm learning some stuff. And is doable in my time constraint. So to implement this, what you might find annoying is like, didn't we just write all of this stuff? Didn't we just implement all of these things using like a simple thing? And the answer is yes. We wrote a simple inventory grid. And what would be nice is if I could just extend this, but because I want it to be a scriptable object, I can't just extend it to work that way. So instead, what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write a new interface here. And I'm gonna write an interface called I has inventory grid. So we're gonna write an interface that says I have, so our inventory grid data will have an I inventory. All right, so we're gonna put this in the same namespace here. We're gonna copy that just real quick. And it's gonna be an interface I has inventory grid of type T. And I has inventory grid is going to look like this. It's gonna say public I inventory grid of type T, inventory grid. Has a single thing here, so you can sort of say, I have this thing. Exactly. Okay, so now this thing is gonna have one. Dremel says, I just refactored my gathering resource node system to work with my new character controller. Decided to go with a container type gatherable. Interesting. I was actually going to ask you about generics yesterday. I came at the perfect time. Yeah, so generic is just saying that it sort of is often used with containers. It's saying, well, I want to have some stuff here that does something. But like our inventory grid data here, I'm gonna say specifically this I has inventory grid of item data. So this thing's gonna have an inventory grid. Let's get this to reload here. It's gonna have an inventory grid using Unity Engine. Hang on, I think I just need to, I think this is a phantom error again. This is saying the concrete type is gonna be an item data. At the end of the day, I want a version that can store item data elements inside of it. Okay, and this is making it so that I can specify that type later And now I can implement this interface and just have this inventory grid. And at the end of the day, I want to make this be something like a new simple inventory grid of item data. So this is gonna have, and then we have to give it a dimension, I believe. Initializing an instance of this, can I implicitly convert? This needs to be, sorry, this should be I inventory grid. Like that. I don't know why that errors. The type T, and we have to say this, where T is a class and is an I item inventory, like this. All right, so at this point, the scriptable object needs to be able to give us back, a simple inventory. I never seen where before. Don't worry about where. That's we're just adding what's called a constraint. It's saying T must satisfy these constraints. It cannot be a struct, and it has to implement the inventory item interface. So our inventory item interface has this on it. All right, so we can only put things in our inventory if they have a dimension to them. I hope that makes sense. And also we're saying that, well, it has to be a class. I can't put structs in here. I specifically want that requirement. And so now our inventory here, we're saying, well, the type of data I'm going to store is an item data. It's specifically an item data. This is something I've done to define my items. Right now, my item data has a size. We're going to add an image to it as well. All right. And this allows us to get this back. But what we're going to do for our inventory size, what we care about is, again, this mutable dimension. I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to pull this out here into another file. New file, mutable dimension .cs. I'm going to put this out here. I'm going to wrap it in this, like here. I'm moving really fast, folks. I'm so sorry. It's a part of me is moving fast because I gotta wrap things up here. Okay, let's make sure this all still builds. Mugatu says, so the world where is kind of putting constraints on the generic T. Exactly. It's saying that you can't just put anything in here. You can put anything that meets these requirements. All right. And the reason we want to be a class is because classes are nullable, and internally we use null. Also, if you're doing a struct in here, something's probably not happening well. Here we go. All right, so my inventory grid here. This is our scriptable object version. The scriptable object, we still need to specify the dimensions of this. So I'm gonna create a serialized, so private, my item data, did I do something weird here? I shouldn't have made this private. I should have made this private, like this size. Okay. Public things, not so good typically. We can still access the size this way though. And actually, I can just do a public dimensions size like that. Okay. So in this case, we have an inventory grid. Internally, I need to know what the dimensions are here. Dimensions, dimensions. And we're gonna serialize this field so we can set it. And it's gonna be a mutable dimensions. And we're gonna construct this thing using dimensions here. You'll notice it says, hey, well, we can't use dimensions here. This is expecting a dimensions type like this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, well, I would like it such that we can freeze this. All right, so I'm gonna write a method called freeze. And freeze is gonna return a new dimensions using our rows and columns. So this is, we can convert a mutable dimensions to a read-only one calling freeze. All right, so in this case we call freeze. like this. The one downside is every time I call inventory grid, it creates a new simple grid. We don't want that. We don't want that. So instead, we're going to say, well, we're going to initialize that when we wake up. Cheapgram says the arrow means return, right? I should know this, but just to clarify, yeah, this is called an expression body. This part here is the expression body definition. This is it's similar. If I could alternatively write, it's a shorthand. It's a shorthand for this. It essentially means return. So it allows us to remove the boilerplate for this. All right, so since I had the one-liner, it's the boilerplate for this. Like that. So this code here is identical in functionality as this. Muganu, I'm so glad you get it. I'm so glad you get it. Fantastic. I'm glad I could help. No, thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. So we have our inventory grid like this. We don't want to generate it every time. We don't want to generate it every time. In fact, what I want to do is when this thing wakes up, we're going to initialize it. All right, so I'm going to do a private inventory grid of item data. So we're going to have a secret grid under the hood. Okay, and this thing, when we wake up, we're going to initialize grid to be equal to a new simple grid like this. Dot freeze. Actually, it's not quite what we want to do. We want to do on enable. So when this thing sort of comes into existence, we want to set it. But there's a little bit of a problem here, and we're just going to say, oh well, this just return grid here. Does anyone see the problem with doing it this way? There is a problem here that's not great. The problem is every time if we disable and then re-enable it, it's not that it's private. It's that we technically could disable it and re-enable it, and we set it again. We don't want that. We don't want that. What we could do though is we could do the following. We could say if grid is null. Yeah, Gypster, that's exactly right. If grid is null, Gypster, great suggestion. If grid is null, we set it. Otherwise, we do nothing. So this is an option we could do here, and this is really nice. You know, so if the grid's null, we initialize it. So we only initialize it once when we get enabled. Beautiful. Kalua, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you following me. Kalua, welcome to the crew. I am happy you are here now among us with you. Kalua, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Wednesday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. So happy to have you here with us. Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard. It is a little bit of a singleton pattern. Not quite, because we can have multiple inventory grids. What we're doing is this is called lazy initialization. It's saying, well, I don't need to, I should only initialize this once. I want one reference to it. So this is essentially called lazy initialization. All right. And real quick, for the response, Gypster, for getting that response correct, that's exactly what we want to do. 50 points to you. And Cheapgrams, for being brave enough to ask and participate and see if you're right, 50 points to you, my friend. Let's see if we get that add points right. Add points. Great work, my friend. Great work. We're learning and coding, growing as a crew, folks. As a crew. So it turns out we also have this little thing here that says, okay, well, we could also, it turns out there's a shorthand for this as well. We could do grid. Is it question mark equals? So this is an alternative we could do. Let's see, is this available in C# 9? It is. So this little symbol here is this exact thing. It's syntactically, functionally the same thing. This is called our null coalescing assignment operator. Null Null coalescing assignment operator. Null coalescing. No, only one L. I got it wrong. Null coalescing. This thing says if this thing is null, go ahead and assign it to whatever's on the right side here. So we can replace that here as well. So the null coalescing assignment operator. What a mouthful. Yeah, what a mouthful. And so we can actually check it out. Check it out. We can do the following. We can say, well, what if someone tries to get our inventory grid and it's not initialized yet? What if it's not initialized yet? Well, we can do the following here. It says, well, this double question mark says, if the thing on the left is null, instead return the thing on the right. All right. Can I actually do this here? Let's try this. Can I do this? There we go. This is actually all we really need to do. We can get rid of this on-enabled thing. Unicoder says, what is the Elvis operator? The Elvis operator, that's essentially the question dot, right? You know, the Elvis operator is question dot. I believe this is the Elvis operator, or is it dot question? It says if the thing on the left is null, return null. Otherwise, try and dereference something inside of it. Unicoder, let me know if that answered your question. All right, so this becomes a one-liner here, and we don't even have to do anything on our enable, although we can leave both of those. Jib says it's probably more performant to only do the null check once rather than on every get. Check. Performance not that big of a deal, and in fact, this is actually quite good. This is quite good. I want to guarantee that this thing is going to exist. What if I try and get this and an on enable hasn't been called? I don't know if that's technically possible. But yeah, so there's like a bunch of different ways to sort of go about doing this. I think I'm gonna do it this way here. And someone, you know, at one point I said, well, the null coalescing operator is a little bit confusing to me. I'm gonna start trying to use it so it doesn't feel as confusing. And it's a feature that's in there for a reason, to make your code a little bit more readable. And it's a little bit tricky, but not too bad. So you made all that code into one line using an operator. Yeah, so this operator is specifically designed to do this. Cheapgrams, let's undo that real quick. Yeah, so this null coalescing operator is functionally the same as this. It says first, check if the thing on the left is null. If it is, assign the thing on the right to that value. All right. Does that make sense? I hope so. Now we have an inventory grid data, and rather than making it implement it, that's simple enough. Crazy though. Yeah. So this is one of the things I like about C# design. Well, we do this all the time. Let's try and make the code more concise. Let's try and make it easy to remember how to do these things. So we have a null coalescing assignment operator. That's what we do here. Okay. I'm gonna leave that in there just so if people ask, I can say that's what it is. All right, so on enable, we do this. And so now I can make an inventory graded data grid. All right. I got it. One sec. I can't quite do it yet. I need to add in this. All right, to it. So this is going to create a menu. This is going to be item inventory grid. Inventory grid. Put a space there, I think. All right, let's build. Let's see, will it build? Will it build, folks? We don't know. Very shortly, we shall discover. Will it build? Items. Let's create another folder here called folder grids. Okay, maybe grids is overkill here, but now you would say inventory grid, and you call this, we could say this like player inventory. And the player's inventory has 4 rows, 10 columns. And then maybe we duplicate this and say like, okay, well, backpack. Backpack's gonna have 6 rows, 2 columns. So now we can easily define a variety of different container shapes, and under the hood, when we go to use it, we have that implementation here. So our Unity code becomes very, very simple because we've set these things up this way. In your game, in whatever game you decide to drop this into, you just have to define item data is going to be the most important thing to define, really. And you can just sort of say, okay, well, I'm just going to extend this thing to use has grid item. And I might make a generic type for this as well that says, okay, well, just extend this inventory data grid thing with yours, and you get this sort of for free. So inventory data grid, I might make this of type T. Type T here like this. All right, so check it out. I can do type T, and it's gonna say where T. This is gonna be very, very upset with me in a moment. Where T class and then I item like this. Okay, and we freeze. This should be T here. All right, so now if you were to make a different game here, if you were to make a different game, inventory data grid data. Inventory data grid data. I don't know if I like this, but anyway, I create a new thing now. Let's copy this. The easy thing to do now is be like game inventory grid. Now all you got to do is this can be your game inventory grid. You don't have to write anything now. You take all this out and you just say this thing happens to be an implementation. This thing happens to be an implementation of my inventory grid data for item data, like that. This becomes our, and then let me put that, I did a thing here. Let's go back. I want this. Can I redo? In my grid here. So the idea is I'm making it so that someone could take this library, drop it into any game, and just say, oh, well, I can use it on the item that I have defined. Item data can be anything you want. It doesn't have to be the items that I'm defining for my game. You should be able to drop it into your game and make it work. That said, I just changed these things, so this is probably going to yell at me. And I'm amazed that it doesn't. But these should really... be different. They should use the game data thing. So create inventory grid. This is going to be player inventory. I'm surprised I get this error here. I don't know why. 10 rows. Sorry, 4 rows, 10 columns. We'll play around with what that looks like. And then this would be our backpack. And this would be 6 rows, 2 columns. All right. But yeah, when I start this thing up, I'm surprised the default there. Oh, I need to set this to have a default new, the new 1 by 1. It needs to start at 1 by 1 at least. That's why I'm getting that error. Now when I make a new one, it should be fine. So let's come in here and create inventory grid. Okay, so now I don't get exceptions, assertions blowing up on me out in the console there. All right, cool. Let's change the default name from item to inventory grid. Cool. All right, so I think that's all we had planned for today. Implement adapter for inventory grid. We did that. That's our has inventory grid. And we implement a scriptable objects version of it. The other thing that I think we can do actually, let's make this even better. has inventory grid. No. I'll write a different adapter. I don't like that. All right, so we're happy with this. I'm happy with this. We're gonna save, we're gonna cross this off. I can't believe it. 2 days in a row, we finished all of our goals. I'm getting a little, sometimes I'm reasonably decent at planning. I think maybe coded a little longer than 2 hours. But I'm really happy here that we get this. For being here to witness this momentous occasion, folks, you get 50 points, so we finished one. And you know what you get because we finished all of them? You get another 50 points. Folks, thank you so much for being here with me to witness this. I'm having an absolute blast doing it. Let's get a commit in. Let us get a commit in. All right, so these are all of our changes. So feet implement scriptable objects for items and inventory grids. Beautiful, folks. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for being here. We're gonna sync that up. We gotta wrap up for today. But I'm planning to post, if you want a synopsis, if you didn't get all of this, I'll be posting on the blog later today. And if you want to know when that gets posted, feel free to join the Discord. No pressure. If you're not on the Discord, no problem. It's there in case you want to join in, asking for help, maybe suggesting another project for the future. But tomorrow, we'll be back, same time, 7 a.m. Eastern. We are going to be working on the UI next time, folks. We're going to be working on the UI next time. Almost no pressure. Captain means join now. Join now. No. If you don't want to be there, don't worry. Don't worry. I know. Look, I'm on like 90 different Discords. It's hard to pay attention. I know if you don't want to be distracted by it, don't. But if you want to learn with our community, if you have questions, this is a great place. I've been loving this whole little community here. Love to have you there, but no pressure. All right, folks, we got that commit in. We'll be posting about that a little bit later. Let's go. Lettuce and tomato. Find a person to raid. Chiefman says, yes, Captain, always helps. Come vibe. Absolutely. Who are we going to raid today? We raid Terran Ram last time. Ooh, let's go raid Ryazi. Ryazi's raided me in the past. Let's go do that. Ryazi was here earlier, folks. We're going to go raid Ryazi. Be sure to give Ryazi a follow, folks. Mugata says, thank you for the stream. Of course. No, thank you. Thank you for being here. Elite Stomper, bye all. Have a great day, all, Captain. I'll send files to you. Fantastic. Looking forward to it. As always, folks, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. And as always, you're welcome back anytime. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a beautiful day.
So we're literally, yeah, no, this is still fine. 0.0